Hello and a very warm welcome to Gloucestershire and Hartpury College, where today the attention turns to the men's side of things in the FA National Futsal Series Tier 1. It's round 8 as the campaign enters the second half of the season. We have 4 games. Manchester against Loughborough up first. London Helvetia, the league leaders, take on Bloomsbury in what promises to be an entertaining contest. Bolton against Birmingham WLV. And to round off the day, our hosts Worcester against Kent United. So we're just awaiting the arrival of the 2 teams for the first game out on court. Manchester against Loughborough. Really excited for this one. Alongside me today, Matt Hardy. What are you expecting ahead of this first game today, and what promises to be a great day of men's futsal action?
Yeah, well, first of all, you look at those 4 fixtures and you've got 4 really exciting games, haven't you? We've seen across the board improvements from all 8 teams week by week. It's very competitive. This game will set the tone, hopefully, for that. We've got Loughborough, who had a fantastic result in the first game back after Christmas. Obviously beating Bloomsbury, and then Manchester, that will feel like a win with that last minute equaliser against Helvetia as well. So they'll both come into this one on a high and be looking to build on it, and really try and get some sort of foothold in the title race. Yeah,
both of these teams full of confidence going into this one, and we'll run you through the 2 team lineups then, starting with Manchester. They have no Kai Bone amongst their ranks today, so Saeed Mohammed Raza Ali Shah starts in net. The rest of the starting 5 are Harry Tozer, Jeff Adubafor, Jordan Edge and Roberto Carabalesi. The substitutes are Jans Krumins, the substitute keeper, Sam Gow, Sam Richardson, who is the player coach, Mateus Luna, Ilya Ovechkin and Scott Thompson. And then for the opponents, Loughborough, they sit behind London Helvetia on only goal difference at the top of the table. Their lineup today, Joe Bickerstaff, very impressive last time out. He's their starting keeper. Jan Myveld, Darius Rui, Ruben Santos, who scored 5 in the last game, and Marshall Hale. The rest of the Loughborough squad is Lawson McCarthy, Jamie Hunter, Joe Huckster, Luke Abdi, Joseph Holm, Neil Morgan and Jamie White. They're managed by João Almeida and Jose Lorente. Your match officials for this one are Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger, Paul Waitley, Mark Burkett and Carl Jones. So for Manchester then, they are currently sat in 4th place in the final one of those playoff positions for the top 4 in the semi-final spots at the midway point of the season. They have a 4-point gap to the closing pack. For them today, is it trying to build something and try to really step away from those below them in the table?
Yeah, I think it's the same for both teams. It's a strange day, isn't it? Because we've got the top 4 playing each other and the bottom 4 playing each other. So for Manchester and Loughborough, it's a case of get a result today, keep that gap there, because there are a couple of teams who, Bolton had a good result on week 1 after Christmas, didn't they? Worcester, obviously, it's their home round today. So there's teams that could close that gap and just eke a little bit more pressure on these 2 in particular. So they'll be looking to almost put pressure the other way on Bloomsbury and Helvetia, who we expect to be in the top 4, don't we?
Yeah, it's been billed as a crunch game, and we certainly hope that it will be. It certainly promises to be an exciting one, as these 2 teams, Manchester against Loughborough students, get today's FA National Futsal Series Tier 1 action underway. Manchester in their blue kit, kicking from left to right, and it's Loughborough in their changed white strip in possession at the moment. Myveld for Ruben Santos, who I mentioned scored 5 in their previous game, an outstanding performance individually from him. Santos driving forward, well won back by Adubafor. Good defensive recovery. Tozer for Edge. Straight away you can see the intensity that this game's going to be played at, Matt.
Yeah, frantic start. A lot of sort of ball turnover, wasn't there, just through the sheer pace of it. What I'd expect is that to happen early on in this one and maybe slow down as one team tries to grab a little bit of control, similar to really what Loughborough were starting to do here. Really good save, Joe Bickerstaff there.
A strong save from Joe Bickerstaff, who put in an outstanding performance 2 weeks ago, and first save for him today there.
And he's a goalkeeper who's improving week by week, isn't he? We're seeing sides to his game that we've perhaps not seen before, just as he continues to develop. And full credit has to go to the coaching staff at Loughborough, led by João Almeida, because all of these players just seem to get better and better as they go.
Santos, that's a slight error. Manages to win the ball back though. This is Jordan Edge. Edge across onto the left side, and it was a snapshot really, and that one isn't going to trouble Bickerstaff between the sticks, but Manchester with the opening few chances.
Yeah, definitely, and even with that one for Roberto Carabalesi there, it's early days, isn't it? We're just over a minute into this game, so get a shot in on goal, see what happens. Never the worst thing, because sometimes early in a game, that's when things can happen.
Rui for Loughborough, and that's the first save for Ali Shah.
I wondered how you were going to shorten that one.
Yeah, Saeed Mohammed Raza Ali Shah between the sticks for Manchester, taking the place of Kai Bone, who's not amongst the Manchester squad.
It's a really strong start. A good defending as well. They're on their toes. We spoke about it a lot yesterday, didn't we? In these situations, especially early on in the game, it's about making sure defensively that you're switched on, you're alert. We're not giving anything easy away, especially in these games, which we expect to be quite tight.
Santos, palmed away by Ali Shah. And Manchester have possession back. This is Edge. Lofted horizontal. As it comes right over to our commentary position and nearly takes out all the equipment. Rui. Santos under pressure does well.
What you see in it very early on is Loughborough really happy to almost soak up Manchester's high press, not bothered about the frantic nature of how things are going. They'll just keep moving that ball, keep making those movements, keep creating the space for each other, and they've won a really good free kick there.
Yeah, first foul of the game goes against Manchester. A lively start then, Manchester coming closest, but without really troubling either keeper.
Just both teams, as we probably expected, they're two really evenly matched, two teams in form as well, both having really impressive seasons in different ways. I think Loughborough have been really exciting to watch across the whole season, and we know Manchester have some serious weapons in this squad, don't we, who can hurt anybody on their day. So I think feeling each other out in these early phases was what we'd have expected.
Bickerstaff just stepping into the opposition half and just resetting things. That was a ball towards the second post. Manchester will restart with the goal throw. Tozer forward looking for a do before, who's done superbly and spun round. It's a cross and back towards a do before. It's Tozer, and it's a great save in the end from Bickerstaff with a big outstretched right arm. First real opportunity. It goes to Manchester, but it goes begging.
Yeah, massive credit to Jan Myveld as well for the block on the line here. He toes it away. As it comes back out, it's a really strong stop from Joe Bickerstaff, isn't it? And again from the corner, just to palm it away.
Free kick Loughborough, much to the dismay of the Manchester bench. It's their second foul in the first 3 minutes of this game, so something to keep an eye on. Santos steps inside, then back for Darius Rui. Santos lays it back. Manchester just stepping up the pressure though and force the error off Loughborough and win the ball back.
I think that's important for them not to. We know Loughborough like to keep that tempo high, play at a really quick pace, and it's quite frantic, isn't it? For Manchester, it's about living with them. It's about making sure that when they're applying that pressure, it's at the right sort of speed and in the right sort of way as well, and make sure they force them errors rather than giving away fouls, which can put themselves under pressure.
Edge, the day before wanted it on the diagonal, instead comes back to Carabalesi. Tozer for a do before. Striving down the left side. Manchester feel he was caught. And the decision is a goal throw.
Yeah.
Long distribution by Bickerstaff. It's taken down well. And Loughborough have the kick in promising position.
Yeah, Marshall Hale did really well there, actually, because I felt for a second he'd lost control of it, but he stayed strong, held the ball up, and won his team kicking in a really good position. And with Ruben Santos lurking, this is dangerous.
Santos came round for the left-footed strike, and it wasn't a bad ball towards the second post, just didn't quite have anybody at the end of. That's the danger that he has, though.
Yeah, a real threat in those kind of areas. He strikes the ball so cleanly, as we've seen countless times across the course this season already. And Loughborough really use him well also.
Good ball across to Carabalesi. And good defending from that man, Ruben Santos, who was backtracking quickly. Myveld for Santos. That's spectacular. Santos still going. And a good tackle by Scott Thompson.
Yeah, really good. And then his heavy touch almost played him into a little bit of trouble, didn't it? So we see the flick here, fantastic play. And then just as he brings it down here, it's this next one, isn't it? Just takes it away from him and allowed Thompson that chance to get in and cover. Just opened up for a split second for them, though.
Yeah, promising moments for Loughborough. Marshall Hale has the ball at his feet at the moment. McCarthy trying to block, and in the end just seems to get in the way of Marshall Hale. Thompson runs comfortably through to Bickerstaff. 4.5 played. Did just run out over on the far side and will be a kick in.
Interesting opening exchanges because Loughborough have had a lot of the ball, but as we said earlier, Manchester created probably the two best opportunities so far, haven't they? They've forced the saves.
Free kick there going the way of Manchester. It's the first foul that Loughborough have conceded. Richardson striving forwards.
I think they're the ones that both teams will be disappointed to give away, because in a game like this, it's going to be close, going to be quite intense. You can't really be affording to rack fouls up in that way, can you?
Yeah, needless ones. I've seen 3 of them already so far.
I know myself, I talk an awful lot to the teams about, and our players, about not giving them away, not making fouls in areas where we don't need to, almost saving them, because in a game like this where there's fine margins, it can come back to bite you.
Manchester kicking. Richardson, I think, trying to play that back to Collier. In the end, it runs all the way back to the keeper, Ali Sharp. Collier. Richardson quickly pressured. Takes control of things, though, the experienced Sam Richardson. A do before. Myveld with a toe in. Keeper's ball.
Yeah, fantastic pressure from Loughborough, just driving Manchester back towards their own goal line. It's what you've come to expect from them this season, isn't it? That intensity in the way that they defend.
Really intense first 5 minutes then. Still goalless between Manchester and Loughborough in the first game of 4 to bring to you live today here from Hartbury College. As it's played into Scott Thompson. Again, Loughborough defend that resolutely, though. Collier. A do before. Collier forward to Richardson. Loughborough with a flurry of changes here as well as they look to freshen things up.
Yeah, keep both teams keeping things quite fresh, aren't they? It's very different to what we saw in the opening game yesterday. Both teams using their squads really well, as you'd expect. You need to in this. It's a really good effort from Joe Bickerstaff there.
Yeah,
Ali Shaw had to get something on it. He wasn't sure, was he? That's the threat Joe brings in an attacking phase as well, because they can use him as that 5th man, especially in this position. And as you have a look at it, it's a real clean strike. Just had to make sure. Well blocked.
Manchester looking to go down the other end on the counter. Scott Thompson was towards the second post. Loughborough have it back through McCarthy. Richardson Trying to use his strength. Tozer. Collier. Collier plays back to Harry Tozer. Manchester with a sustained period of possession. Ebbs and flows in this one.
Yeah, still really close, really tight game, isn't it? I think very much as we'd expected. Two teams who are quite evenly matched, both performing well, just trying to find their way around the other one almost. And I would expect that in this, and I don't think either team would want to have conceded a goal early.
Manchester looking for that opener, but the referee has spotted that block there. It did look as though the collision between Harry Tozer took McCarthy to the ground.
Yeah, it's that difficult one, isn't it? Almost that screen that he was trying to perform, almost a basketball-like screen as such, to give his teammate the chance to come inside. And you've got to be so careful that you don't cause that contact in those situations, because it can quite clearly give away needless free kicks again.
Bickerstaff lofting towards McCarthy, and it was a very important touch on it from Tozer.
Yeah, he's done incredibly well. Following that run, goal side of that ball all the time, and he was in the right place just to make sure that Lawson McCarthy had no chance of getting hold of it.
Loughborough set piece. Manchester with an opportunity to counter. Thompson. Good defending though, well intercepted. Importantly placed.
Yeah, Hunter did well, recovered from his own mistake almost on the volley from the corner. Didn't get anything near on it and put his team in there under a lot of pressure. Did really well to recover.
Tozer looking for Collier.
Not quite on the same wavelength there, were they? And Collier had checked back, looking almost for that ball to just be retained.
Darius Rui given away, and that's a loose pass. Loughborough get away with that one. Jamie Hunter careless in possession, but Loughborough coming forward now. Hunter round onto the left, and it was a great ball across the face of goal. Nobody there in a white shirt to get on the end of it.
Really interesting opening to this game, isn't it? We've had 8 minutes where both teams just almost trying to feel each other out. Both comfortable. I think both will be pleased with how they've started the game.
Thompson takes control of that situation and lets it run behind.
Yeah, really good play.
Edge. Carabalesi. Back to Edge. That's a good cutting pass through. Thompson. Straight at Bickerstaff.
Yeah, really good. Disguised cut, wasn't it? Almost looking one way, playing the other. Jordan Edge brings that passing range to this Manchester team.
Rui striving forwards. Tries to just tow it past Harry Tozer, but Manchester have possession back. It's Edge. It's well defended. It does go behind for the corner.
Yeah, I think Jamie Hunter there just wanted almost the little flick with the heels just to retain possession rather than the ball that Joe Huxter was trying to play. I don't know whether it was a parallel for Hunter or for himself, but can't afford to take them risks in a game like this. Not at this stage anyway.
Yeah, really close opening between these two sides. As you say, Matt, perhaps just feeling each other out a little bit, but this game certainly waiting to spark. The opening goal could do that for us.
What you're seeing every time with no turnovers, even on the turnovers, on those kick-ins and those other set pieces, is no risk being taken. Once they've won the ball back, both teams quite happy just to clear their lines, almost reset.
Tozer, good parallel for Adubafor, who checks inside. It's Jeff Adubafor! And Manchester break the deadlock. A classy goal from Jeff Adubafor, and they lead by 1-0.
It's what we've seen from him all season, isn't it? In those 1v1 battles, he's awkward to play against. His control is good, and as he cuts inside, he gives Joe Bickerstaff no chance with that finish. Fantastic strike from Jeff Adu before.
And they'll be delighted with that, Manchester. They go 1-up against Loughborough. And they'll feel they deserve it as well. They've applied plenty of pressure on this Loughborough goal. And they do have their goal, which has broken the deadlock.
Yeah, they certainly look the more likely to score, haven't they? As much of the ball as Loughborough's had, they've played a lot in front of Manchester. Not really found gaps, and Manchester have been quite happy to pick them off when they could. Again, forcing a mistake, and it's a good opportunity here.
Helvecia trying to go down the line, and in the end just ran out of space.
Yeah, perhaps made the wrong decision. It was where Ruben Santos wanted him to go, wasn't it? Loughborough quite happy to defend that out.
Loughborough under pressure in their defensive third as they try to play out. Keeper can't be used. They do in the end get the kick in. Manchester there, though, really stepping on high and trying to apply high pressure.
We've seen it from both teams, haven't we, early on? Prepared to go and press high, stop the other team from playing out.
Santos, little step over, goes down the line, and Adu before had to and did get that right. Helvecia checks back inside. Helvecia still with the ball, back to Adu before. Nice play this from Manchester as Tozer hits one. And that's a brilliant save from Bickerstaff, because I think that was creeping in the bottom corner.
Yeah, probably the best passage of the game, wasn't it, that? Really good from Helvecia first, then a real good setback from Adu before, and as it drops back in, it just opens up for Tozer, doesn't it? And Joe Bickerstaff had to be alert. Really good save.
Tozer, this time on his weaker left. Rui for Santos. Myveld going for the parallel, and from a very difficult angle, a stab shot towards goal.
He's so dangerous in those moves, Jan Myveld. He's so quick as he makes that cutting run across. He's almost constantly an option on the parallel because of his sheer pace and determination as he moves into those areas. Jordan Edge did well just to not allow him a free strike at it.
Helvecia back for Adu before. Manchester lead by 1-0. Jeff Adu before, the man who has put them ahead. It's towards Adu before again, who's controlled down. And that's an excellent stop from Bickerstaff from really close range. Adu before denied a second.
Yeah, fantastic start. Ruben Santos caught in two minds, wasn't he? Almost checking similar to what we saw at the other end a few moments ago, but almost just paused because...
Yeah, kept in but given away there.
Yeah, he's almost too worried about where Jeff Adu before was and didn't really make any clear movement, did he? And Adu before was alert, and so was Joe Bickerstaff.
Manchester now really stepping things up as they look to take a firm grasp and control this game. Helvecia. Adu before. Call to keep the ball for Manchester, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. Adu before, nice ball through to Edge. Just held up a little as the ball across was in search of Helvecia. Loughborough had a temporary overload there. Things just slowed down a slight tad. Now it's Loughborough who are happy to keep possession.
Yeah, I think the call from the bench there was patience as well. Just try and slow it down, try and get a bit more control, because they're rushing it and the game's becoming scrappy, which when you're behind is never what you want.
Nice play there to get the ball through to Jordan Edge, who's taken to ground fairly according to the officials.
Yeah, really good from Rui, and then he wanted the ball back from Joe Bickerstaff, who's just surrendered possession. Both teams playing safe in those kind of situations, not willing to almost take that risk, and probably the nature of the game there.
Well, won back by Neil Morgan, wearing the armband for Loughborough.
Yeah, really important player for Loughborough. A lot of experience, been around the game for a long time.
Thompson. 7 minutes to play until the break. Richardson, heavy touch, given away, could be costly. Loughborough on the counter. Santos trying to get it onto his favoured left, does, but it's straight at Ali Shah. Now Manchester going down the other end. Thompson's the option over to the right. Breaks for Richardson. It's still there for Sam Richardson. It's just behind Giles Collier. A lively passage of play there, though.
It's been a lively half, hasn't it? We've got, what, 13 minutes gone. And it's been end to end. It's been frantic. Just have another look at this. And you see Santos just isn't quite sure where Adu is he? Worried about it and almost doesn't get a clean enough contact on it.
It's a really good reaction save from Joe Bickerstaff, who I mentioned earlier was a star performer. He was named in the Team of the Week, named by Pippa Monique and Steve Sidwell in the games that were live on BT Sport. Huge 8-4 victory over a strong Bloomsbury team. They brushed them aside 2 weeks ago, but they find themselves behind here against Manchester. Just shows the quality and strength in depth that this league has.
Yeah, and I also feel it's probably a little bit of not quite happy being in the position as almost the favourites. They're joint top going into this round of games, and Manchester will feel that they've got a chance to get a scalp almost, and Loughborough perhaps not quite sure of that position, quite happy to be the underdogs, aren't they? So they've actually probably played better in this one since they've gone behind. Almost took the pressure off them a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a decent response by Loughborough. And of course, one goal in the game of futsal is really nothing. Plenty of time left to go. But Manchester, having said that, will, of course, be the happier of the two sides. It's across to Santos. Rui. And ball against Neil Morgan.
That crossfield ball back to Santos from Joe Bickerstaff was a real risk there. And Harry Tozer was inches away from intercepting it.
Given away by Thompson. Rui, Loughborough wanted a foul. I think he was trying to buy it, really.
Yeah, there's not a foul there, and I think Rui probably knows that he knew what he was doing, let's say, I think, in just trying to sort of pile a bit more pressure on Manchester, but it was very good from Sam Richardson, just carried on, ignored it. It's what you'd expect again, another experienced performer. Real staple of what this club's been all about.
Yeah, nowadays Sam Richardson taking on the responsibility of player coach, but still very much a top performer out on court for Manchester. Neil Morgan with a clever header back to Bickerstaff. Santos, always dangerous. Off target on that occasion, though.
Yeah, and I think that's the pass almost that Loughborough are looking for every time, just getting a player into that half space, just in behind the top line of Manchester's defence. And it gives Santos that room, doesn't it, just to turn and get into a shooting position on that left foot.
Tozer's made a really good run there, wasn't tracked and wasn't found. Now the ball does go forward to Harry Tozer, but the control lets him down.
Again, probably just highlights the fact that neither team really taking risks with those passes.
Bickerstaff into central court. Santos. Bickerstaff retreats. Morgan. Huckster. Santos. For Neil Morgan, back to Ruben Santos, and it's intercepted by Harry Tozer.
Loughborough did really well to keep possession there, because I thought Manchester had managed to nick it back.
Morgan trying to loft it forwards for Ruben Santos. He'd come back for a safer ball. Final 5 till the break. Good diagonal forward, and it's a diagonal towards the second post as well. It's well taken down. It's Collier, and he wins the corner.
Yeah, really good from Collier. Great first touch, and then once you're in that situation there, it's important that you win something from it. The corner's probably the best he could hope for. Make sure he got something, and it allows his team a chance to set something up from here.
Collier, give and go off that corner from Manchester.
I think they're aiming for you today, Isaac.
It's the second time that the ball's come flying towards our commentary position in between the two benches. We're right amongst the action here. Manchester on the attack and looking for a second goal. Across towards the back post, and it's a reaction save from Bickerstaff, who seemed to be wrong-footed to start with. Managed to get back the right way and claw the ball.
Yeah, there's just a split second there where I think us, the bench, everybody in the arena thought that was drifting towards that bottom corner, and Joe Bickerstaff did extremely well to get back.
So many times you see goalkeepers there rooted the wrong way, rooted to the spot, the deflection catching them out, but it was a really good reaction save from Bickerstaff, can't be underestimated. Manchester there happy to take the kick in, take control of things once more. You can just about see on that the fingertip save of Joe Bickerstaff.
Yeah, just touching it onto that post. Really difficult one for a keeper to adjust as well, because the ball moves so quickly. How many times do you see a goalkeeper moving one way and being wrong-footed, and in these kind of situations in a futsal court, it's very unforgiving for them.
Myveld. Back to Jan Myveld, and it's an excellent block. Jordan Edge went sliding in.
Yeah, really good play by Loughborough, but Edge equal to it defensively. Myveld's running. Real staple and feature of this team, isn't it? Moving at pace in those diagonal runs.
Hunter to take the corner, fired in and against Edge. Now Manchester look to make use of a 3v2. Adubafor. Wide for Carabalesi, who takes it down the line. It's not the first time we've seen him do that. Just go and run out of space in high areas of the court.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Jeff Adubafor would be better striking a goal there in that position. He's almost pushed Carabalesi wide with the pass, hasn't he? And you just think sometimes, though it's not a clear shot, just getting a striking on goal could be the better option.
Nice lofty parallel in there by Jamie Hunter. That's a risky ball though, and it's given away to Edge, who does shoot wide of the near post.
Yeah, you don't want to give him too many chances to sight the goal from that position. Jordan Edge, we know, has a fierce right-footed strike.
Still just the one goal then, it went the way of Manchester. Carabalesi for Edge. Just overcooked.
Been a really good opening half, hasn't it? A lot of quality. We're seeing a lot of ball speed, a lot quicker than what we perhaps saw at times yesterday, which we would expect. But then at the same time, you're seeing two teams willing to press high defensively, really respecting each other as well, and understanding that this is a really important game in the way the season's going to pan out.
Tozer, Edge, under pressure. Passes the pressure onto Adubafor, and eventually the ball goes long, and it's a good reset, really.
Yeah, it was really good from Adubafor, first of all, just standing strong in a really tough situation, and Manchester really had no choice but to do what they did and just allow themselves the reset there.
Myveld. Carabalesi with a toe in, but Hunter goes on. Huckster. And on hand to clean up the danger is Jordan Edge. Final two before the break, and there again you see the fierce determination of Jordan Edge to slide in and win the ball cleanly.
Yeah, real dogged, determined performer, isn't he, Jordan Edge? One of a number in this squad who's come through that Manchester youth system, and real big part of the club in the way that they tried to shape it. Some fantastic work gone on up in the northwest.
Manchester calling their timeout then with 1 minute and 43 left until the break. They do lead by 1-0. Came courtesy of Jeff Adubafor. Head coach Sam Richardson just taking the time to speak with his players, but I think he'll be pleased with what he's seen so far, Matt.
Yeah, he will be. I think they're obviously just taking the time with 1 minute and 40 left on this clock, just thinking, right, can we set something up from this? Can we go in and put a plan in this last sort of couple of minutes to try and get that second goal. What a good opportunity it is for them to go and do something where they could go into half-time with a 2-goal advantage. For Loughborough, I don't think they'll be too disappointed either, Isaac, other than the fact that they are 1 goal behind. They've played well. They've had moments where they've been really bright in the game. They just perhaps need to threaten Ali Shah in the Manchester goal a little bit more than they have done, but full credit to Manchester defensively, who have stood really firm.
Yeah, Saeed Mohammed Raza Ali Shah in the net for Manchester hasn't had too much to do, really. Deputising for Kai Bone today, and he's held his own so far, that's for sure. Key moments then this before half-time as Manchester look to get into the break with their lead intact. Edge tries to loft it forward, but it's cut out. Wasn't enough height on that pass, and there's a chance this. And Ali Shah does make the save. Down quickly to his right-hand side. It's creeping in the corner.
Yeah, and you can see he's really pleased with that one as well. Really difficult one for the keeper, isn't it? Got to get down sharp and tow it away without allowing anything else on the rebound. Another good set piece from Loughborough, but again, not on target. Not really a threat, is it? Just not quite running for them. He's been good when called upon, Ali Shah, though.
Long ball forward, that's really good distribution from the Manchester keeper as well. Collier inside looking for a do before, and for Thompson that would have been something special.
Yeah, another fantastic save, Joe Bickerstaff. It's not over yet though.
Shot fired in and Manchester double their lead. Right before the break, Roberto Carabalesi makes it 2, and Manchester in control now.
What a strike. As I was saying, the chance wasn't over. Loughborough didn't clear their lines, and Carabalesi was on hand to strike home. Real fierce goal from the Italian, and Manchester get that goal they wanted in that timeout.
Yeah, that timeout working wonders really for Manchester. Nothing that Bickerstaff could do to stop that one, with the sheer power behind the ball and the right peg of Roberto Carabalesi. Just opened up nicely for him, and he certainly took full control of the opportunity. He took the chance.
Yeah, they'll be really pleased with this half now, Manchester. Game plans work really well for them. 2 good goals, a 2-0 lead, and Loughborough have some thinking to do at half-time, don't they?
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Loughborough. They've enjoyed so much success so far this season, and if they were to avoid defeat today, they would, at least for an hour ago, top of the table, but at the moment they find themselves 2 goals down. Collier. Final 30 seconds. Really impressive first half display by Manchester.
Yeah, no. Every man in their squad, they're sat just in front of us at the moment, aren't they? And the messages are clear. They're really pleased with what's going on. They've worked hard defensively. When they've had it, they've created chances, and they've forced a number of saves from Joe Bickerstaff, which they'll be pleased with, as well as taking their 2 goals. Been really impressed with Jeff Adu before, just the way he's almost led the line for them. When he's picked up the ball, he's been powerful in his running, been willing to be strong and determined and keeping hold of that ball. And then defensively, he's been so strong also.
Loughborough just with a hint of pressure on the Manchester goal there. Manchester thought there was a handball in there, but in the end the ball runs out down the other end of the court, and with 12 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't think out of possession Loughborough have been bad. They've pressed really well. They've just, when they've had it, they've not created enough. It's these kind of situations, their decision making's not quite there, and the game's breaking down all the time.
Free kick goes the way of Manchester in the dying seconds of the first half. No, but I totally agree with you, Matt. It hasn't been what I would class as a poor performance by Loughborough. They've just been outshone from moments of quality from this Manchester side in this first half.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams out of possession have been superb. A really good opening half of the day. But what you've seen is one team just edging it when it came to those key moments. Manchester have been clinical, Loughborough have been wasteful, and it's the Northwest team who are in the 2-goal advantage, isn't it?
The first half between Manchester and Loughborough summed up perfectly by Matt Hardy alongside me, and be sure to join us for the second period. The goals in the first half coming courtesy of Adubafor and Carabel AC. At the break, it's Manchester who lead by 2-0. Welcome back then for the second half. Manchester with a 2-goal lead at the break. It was a really lively first half here, Matt. Manchester well worthy of their 2-goal advantage.
They were, yeah. We said, didn't we, at the end of the half, both teams were good defensively.
There's an opportunity here as Harry Tozer makes it 3 right from the kickoff in the second half and piles more pain onto Loughborough.
What a strike that is. What a way to open the half. Within 20 seconds, Manchester have added to that lead, and it's a real fierce strike from Tozer. But both teams so good defensively in the first half, but we saw Manchester being clinical, and they've continued it in this one. It's a lovely diagonal, lofted ball across.
19 seconds it was from the restart. And doesn't that just throw out the window any plan that Loughborough had put together at half-time to try and get back into the game, and then they come back out and concede right straight away.
That was it, and you see the reaction on their bench as well. They'd have clearly had a plan to try and get that next goal that was oh so important, and they've given one away very, very cheaply, really, from the off. Now just got to settle, just got to almost relax, not panic in the situation that they're in, because as we know, this game can still swing quite quickly, but Manchester are in a really strong position.
It was a lovely lofted diagonal for the goal through to Harry Tozer, who made no mistake with the finish, his 9th of the season. That's a foul. I think Paul Waitley will be pleased that didn't find the bottom corner.
I don't think they'd have been clapping him as much as they probably are now if it had done. Lawson McCarthy did really well to get back on his feet, didn't he? It was a clear foul. And it's a good opportunity, this, for Loughborough, to try and work something on a way back in. You do have to feel, with the way the game's gone, a set piece probably will be their best opportunity just to find a foothold and just settle them down. Just settle them down again.
The yellow card in there as well for Jeff Adu, before the man who scored the first Manchester goal, but the offender for that foul on that occasion. He's the first player to have his name taken. Good position, this. It's left twice and fired towards the back stick where Joseph Holm was lurking.
Yeah, sometimes you see them, don't you? And you tend to people at home will be thinking, why are they running around the ball? But the whole idea is to try and move the wall and get a lot freer strike on goal. The wall stood firm with that one, and it meant that the strike drifted wide. But really interesting. It sums up how Loughborough played so far. Just that those strikes haven't been clean, haven't they? They've not been accurate enough, not been enough quality in the final third of the court.
Good challenge by Edge. Loughborough kicking.
Yeah, really good battle, interesting battle, that one between Edge and Rui. It's been ongoing all game. Two strong lads who...
Bickerstaff getting away with one there because it was a really heavy touch. The gifted possession back to Manchester. They didn't quite make it work.
Yeah, really put himself in trouble, didn't he, with that? Again, just panicking. For me, Loughborough just need to settle, not worry too much. There's still a long way to go in this game. If they can get a goal back, they know they're in with a shot, but it's important that they don't give one away by trying to rush things.
Yeah, far from out of there, Loughborough, especially with the quality that they have amongst their ranks. But Manchester with a firm grip on their 3-0 advantage. Lawson McCarthy. From range, the effort was struck by Holm.
And a really good start from Ali Shah, wasn't he? Almost just pushed it away.
Played across as Manchester looked for a fourth. It was lost again by Loughborough in a very dangerous area. And
that goes back to what I was saying, Isaac, where if they're panicking, they're rushing things a little bit. They're clearly worried by the scoreboard, worried by the situation that they find themselves in. And sometimes the best thing to do is just slow things down. Just take your time and play your way back into it. If you rush things, you make more mistakes and you can cause yourself more problems.
Adu before, forever causing issues. Edge.
He's had an exceptional game, hasn't he, Jeff Adu before?
Rui. Nice horizontal ball. And again from a similar position to which he's just struck, Joseph Holm again is denied by Ali Shah. Jordan Edge taken to ground, and there could be a yellow card for that as well. And there is for Darius Rui, a cynical foul.
Again, it's that pairing, isn't it? They've been a little bit of that all throughout this game, and Rui just leaving something on Edge after some great feet just before that, right on the touchline. Edge wriggling free. And I think it's a yellow that Darius Rui will be happy to take, given the situation that Manchester almost found themselves in.
One apiece in the fouls in this second half then already. Manchester now with the set piece. It's in a wide position, wide left. Left by Edge for Carabalesi. Plays across to Adu before. And a good challenge by Luke Abdi, who is on for Loughborough.
Yeah, really talented young player, Luke Abdi. One who's started the season in their development squad, been moved up, I think, for his first appearance with the first team today. But he's really impressed in Tier 2. Someone I've certainly seen a lot of.
Bickerstaff short for McCarthy. Abdi. Forward into the feet of the pivot. Nice idea as Abdi goes after it again. Do before round to deal with the danger on the cover. Good defending.
Yeah, really good, really strong from Jeff Adu before, but it's great pressure. That's what Luke Abdi will bring to this court. He's quick, he's determined, he'll run around all day for you. Just has a tendency sometimes as a young man to just let things boil over, and just for a split second there, I wondered whether he may put a silly lunge on Adu before, but he just held himself back.
Fired towards McCarthy, that was a difficult one to deal with.
And again, it's quality in that final third, isn't it? Something that we come to expect of this Loughborough team, just hasn't been there today. It's not what you'd expect from players of Myvelt and McCarthy's quality.
Do before just shepherding the ball back to his goalkeeper. It's an underarm bowl out.
And that's the kind of challenge I'm talking about with Luke Abdi. Very enthusiastic, but just from time to time gets a little bit carried away and will give silly fouls away, something he will learn. All part of the learning process and the game for a young player, knowing when to challenge, when to just press. I think a lot of young English players mistake the word pressing high sometimes for putting challenges in. It's that football mentality, isn't it? And that's what we can't afford to do, as we know.
Given away by the goalkeeper, and that's costly. And it's given Loughborough a route back into the game. And it is that man, Abdi, with the goal.
And that's the other side of his game. He's alert, he's quick, he's on the loose pass, and he finishes really, really well. Very composed. And he's given his team a lifeline. That's what they needed.
It's a mistake, and one that the standing goalkeeper, Ali Shah, will not want to see back. But as you say, Matt, it has given Loughborough that hope and given them a route back into the game, potentially.
Yeah, in a 3-0 situation, that next goal is important, isn't it? It's so important for the team that's losing to make sure that they get it. And now they've got to make sure they recover well. Just what they can't afford now to do is give Manchester that 3-goal advantage back. They can't afford those lapses like that one there, and very nearly Carabalesi was coming close, wasn't he? In the end, really good defending. Can't afford to give away the next one now.
Yeah, Manchester corner, there's a touch towards goal, and Bickerstaff deals with comfortably. Holm skips past Thompson, and that's another one of those needless fouls.
Yeah, there's probably three, one after the other, where Holmes skipped past the challenge and a couple have pulled out, and on the third one he's managed to buy it from Scott Thompson.
Looking for Thompson as well. Enough we're looking to play quickly, a sign of their urgency in the situation that they find themselves in, but the referee just intending to the yellow card for Scott Thompson and calls things back.
He's good refereeing as well in that situation, because tempers are starting to flare, intensity starting to raise again, just by calming the game down, taking his time, and brings that game back down to a nice level, doesn't it? Smart refereeing from the experienced Paul Whaley.
Santos. Held up by Tozer. It's still there though for Manchester, and they feel that was a handball.
Ooh.
Big call.
You can see why they thought that, couldn't you, at first glance? It'd be interesting to see the replay. But Loughborough really turning the screw now. Luke Abdi leading the line incredibly well. Here he is again.
He's after that one again and putting Thompson under huge amounts of pressure.
Scott Thompson's done really well, hasn't he, to find Giles Collier with that ball out there.
Now perhaps an opportunity for Loughborough, the ever dangerous Santos. That time it's on target, but it's straight to Ali Shah. Santos goes to ground and does get the free kick. It came via the whistle of Paul Whaley on the far side. Just take a look at this handball shout. Difficult to see from there, but there was certainly appeals from the Loughborough bench. They felt it struck an arm.
It's really difficult to see, and you can see why the referees will give the defender the benefit of the doubt. Carabalesi has stood strong. I think you've got to give him credit. He's brave to get in the way of it. But Loughborough turning the screw.
Played across to Santos, who just loses his footing, and that could prove costly as Manchester look to go down the other end. It's a good recovery, though, and well, Loughborough have given it away with their goalkeeper, Bickerstaff, and it's Richardson. It's saved by the Loughborough keeper. The man who gave the ball away initially makes the save. Now Loughborough go down the other end. Really lively end-to-end contest. Richardson. Good recovery by Myval.
Yeah, really good recovery. Fantastic from both teams. This intensity, this desire. You can see what they need. And here we have another look at this one. Poor from Bickerstaff. Uncharacteristic. Probably the one player you don't want to give that to either, with the composure and experience of Sam Richardson. And he recovers with a really good save.
Edge, and it's gone through the legs of the defender and also Harry Tozer. Agonising that for Manchester.
Just feels like this game is now in the balance, doesn't it? If Loughborough can get that next goal, you have to fancy them to go on and really challenge for this result. Manchester will be hoping they can nick it, and I think that might just flatten the game back out and put them back in the ascendancy, but at the moment they're finding it really tough. Loughborough clearly on top.
Still plenty of time left in this one, and Loughborough, we sense building some momentum. Given a route back into the game via the error of the Manchester keeper, Ali Shah. It was converted by Luke Abdi. And Loughborough now applying pressure once more. Santos. Back into the centre circle. Santos again, spins down the right side, but just took the ball out of play.
Yeah, just ran out of room, didn't he? Really smart turn. You can see what he was trying to do. A little bit closer to that line than he thought.
Edge. Looking for a long diagonal. It's well executed, but Richardson can only head the ball behind.
Yeah. A little bit of a 50p header, as we would say in football terms, from Sam Richardson there. But a really well-worked move, and you heard the call nice and early. They knew what they were looking for.
Santos up against Richardson. Manchester have possession back. This is Edge.
Good defensively again from Loughborough, denying those spaces.
Yeah, just cut off all the passing lanes there and forced the error to win the ball back.
You see, just go back to Sam Richardson's involvement, directing traffic almost from the top of the court for Manchester, barking orders at his teammates and his players. Happy to take that responsibility.
Bickerstaff fancying his chances from range, and Ali Shah might as well. Instead, thinks better of it, but it's a good throw out to Richardson, who will shoot. Can't keep his effort down.
What a fantastic decision that was from Ali Shah as well. You saw him just think about it for a split second, decided not to rush, remembering that they lead on the scoreboard. No need to surrender that possession, no need to take that risk, just keep that ball.
Manchester with a couple of changes here as Thompson and Adu before return to action. Carabalesi scored a wonderful goal in the first half, Carabalesi. So did this man, Jeff Adubafor. Edge. Adubafor under pressure from Morgan. Carabalesi toes for Edge, who's back there helping out.
He's done really well. So is Ruben Santos, though.
Santos with a brilliant tackle, but then just on a different wavelength to his captain, Neil Morgan, and the pass wasn't right.
Yeah, not quite on the same page were they there. Morgan looking to just retain possession, I think. Again, just Jeff Adubafor right in front of us then. So strong in those 1v1 situations, isn't he? Keeps hold of that ball, a real asset for Manchester.
Edge has to wait for the ball to come down. Now under pressure. Resets long, that's really good from Jordan Edge. Bickerstaff. This time finds Santos. Santos across, nobody there.
Yeah, attack wasteful from Ruben Santos.
Adubafor. Back to Jeff Adubafor! And he just gets the finish slightly wrong.
That was the moment, wasn't it? Almost that parallel down the line, come inverted wall pass. And as it comes back to him here, he just maybe didn't quite sit down for him, but he'll be disappointed. So we have another look at it. Just doesn't make a clean enough contact. And that was the moment for Manchester you have to feel. Great ball from Joe Bickerstaff.
Very well controlled as well by Marshall Hale, who's held up the ball superbly and fires towards the back stick.
Yeah, Jamie Hunter was there, wasn't he? Just slightly over his head.
Yeah, right area though, and Loughborough started to retreat there, but stepping on to Manchester once more.
Yeah, you can see every single time when they do go and take a step back, the call from their bench and from those experienced players that we see in this squad. Step up higher.
Carabalesi twisting, turning onto his right. Nearly sneaks through in the end. Adubafor has it. It's a right old mess in there.
Somehow the ball stayed in. I don't quite know how that ball hasn't gone out of play.
Quite across. An important save, a big save to the left of Joe Bickerstaff. Carabalesi again peppering the Loughborough goal though.
Became very scrappy for a moment then, didn't it? And then it seemed to open up, and as soon as it opened up, Carabalesi's quality, looking to get that strike away, and Joe Bickerstaff was on hand. Good opportunity. Good from Morgan.
Counter-attack opportunity this for Loughborough. It's Marshall Hale.
Good save.
And it's a great save from Ali Shah.
Yeah, really good save, Ali Shah, and also fantastic work from Scott Thompson just to get back and not allow Marshall Hale a clean run. He couldn't have gone any higher in the court, couldn't he? So you have another look at it here. He was strong in there to come away with it. But as you look at this here, look at Scott Thompson's work rate to just come back in and force him into the early strike. And Ali Shah, you have to say, would be the favourite in that position.
Yeah, combination of Thompson and Adubafor just cutting off that ball to the back post. Made the decision in Marshall Hale's mind that he had to shoot, and it was a good save by Ali Shah.
This four on court now have really just got a little bit more control in the game for Manchester, haven't they? Probably their strongest four of the day. And we've seen them just seem to slow the game down a little bit. It's something they'll be happier with. Working good openings. It's disappointing. Thompson just the loose touch there.
Edge. Big diagonal to Carabalesi. Was kept in on the near side, but definitely not on the far.
Nah, I think it was more of a hopeful one, wasn't it, from Carabalesi, but just more than anything, make sure that the ball doesn't run out of play right in front of the Loughborough bench where they could reset quickly. Allows Manchester that opportunity to just get back in and set back up.
McCarthy. Two palms to it again from Ali Shah.
He's been good when called upon, hasn't he? The standing keeper. You sometimes wonder whether a goalkeeper of the quality of Kai Bone, when a player like that is missing, it can have an impact on a team. But Ali Shah has shown he's more than capable as an understudy. Experienced shot stopper. real asset to this squad.
Yeah, made the one error in giving the ball away for the Loughborough goal, but since then has made a number of saves and certainly made up for that error. Clear foul there, and Manchester have another free kick.
And again, Jeffadu before in 1v1 situations, he's so difficult to play against. How many times today have we seen him wriggle free of those situations, opportunities where he has no real right to get through, but he does, and he wins another really strong free kick there. New responsibilities for the league chairman here, cleaning the court.
Yeah, Chris Parkin, I'm sure he'll appreciate the name mentioned, just attending to some sweat on the court there on the deck. Clever from Collier.
Really good pressure again. Home and Hunter in quickly, and the cry from the bench was very clear. No foul. Important they don't pick up that foul in that situation. Collier lost the shin pad for a second.
Yeah, Collier's shin pad went flying, but Manchester managed to retain possession for the time being, and then the long ball runs out and behind, and Loughborough will restart. Into the final quarter, Manchester still have a 2-goal lead. McCarthy, Myveld. Intention was good, but again the execution not quite on point.
Yeah, and I have to feel in those situations then Loughborough are just slowing the game down a little bit too much now, aren't they? In that area, they want to move that ball a little bit quicker, get that ball almost 1 or 2 touch in those situations, simplify it. They're taking almost too long, and it suits Manchester because he's allowing them the time to reset, get into the areas and cover the ground that they need to in order to apply the pressure. No surprise to see Abdi, who's made a real impact, ready to come back into the court.
Yeah, the man who scored the Loughborough goal that's given them a chance to get back into this game. This is Lawson McCarthy, as Loughborough look to use the fly goalkeeper, but Bickerstaff now retreating.
Again, though, it's slow from Lawson McCarthy. For me, they've got to look to work that ball much quicker, make it more difficult for Manchester defensively. Loughborough are a really fit side, probably the fittest side in the league, and what they've got, if they need to use that to their advantage in these closing stages. If they can move that ball quickly.
Opportunity for the volley from the corner. The big volley was skewed though by Jamie Hunter, who, you can see the frustration.
Yeah, disappointed in himself, but it's a difficult technique that, and it's better from him. But again, just drifting wide of that post, isn't it? Not hitting the target enough, Loughborough.
Yeah, Hunter with a couple of opportunities in quick succession there, and failing to hit the target on both. Collier. Across the line.
Really good pressure from Loughborough, looking to press high, looking to pin Manchester back towards their own goal, and Manchester will try and play out. It's the nature of the team that they are. They're going to keep going, aren't they? Another good save, Ali Shah, Bickerstaff and Shah having an impact, aren't they, all the time?
Yeah, keeper to keeper, that one. And Ali Shah out quickly to his right-hand side, needed to be dealt with.
I think what I really like about him is he doesn't take any chances on them. They're ones that you may say a goalkeeper could perhaps hold, but happy to just palm away. They don't need to take those risks, do they? They're winning this game.
Bickerstaff. Hunter dispossessed. Manchester have it back.
Good again from Tozer, that was.
Edge. Tozer. Bickerstaff gains. McCarthy did well to keep that in. Myveld.
better ball speed from Loughborough. A little bit lapse though again from Jan Maiveld. It's a few times we've said that from him today. Uncharacteristic. He's had a fine season, but just not quite worked for him, has it? In those key moments.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating one for Maiveld and Loughborough as a whole today. Manchester look to add to their lead, and they've got an attacking set piece as a result of that play.
It's a really fine block from Jamie Hunter. Had to be alert, had to be on his toes, and man, this isn't over again. Carabalesi.
Lofted for Carabalesi, and it struck the upright. So close to a stunning goal.
That's a strike, that is.
Santos sells Jordan Edge, and it's cleared high and away.
Let's talk about that strike first of all, shall we? Because there's great feet from Ruben Santos just afterwards, but a really good tech. We saw one scuff, didn't we, at the other end, a little bit away, but as he comes in here, he's watched it right the way onto his foot, and Joe Bickerstaff had no chance with that.
7 minutes to play. Manchester have done well, really, I think, since conceding, to keep it intact with their 2-goal advantage, and that's a good parallel forward to Adu before. Adu before, always lively, always dangerous. That time was just smothered.
Yeah, again, Abdi really good tracking defensively.
Given away though.
Disappointing though, yeah. Recovers well.
Carabalesi spins. The ball just runs away from him. Long high ball, it's headed on, but will be gathered by Ali Shah. Similarly, that one runs through to Bickerstaff.
So 6.5 minutes left in this one. You have to think as this game comes towards a close, it won't be long before Loughborough start to look at fly goalkeeper more regularly.
Abdi over on the right side. Abdi just didn't quite cut across that effort enough, and I think Harry Toder's lost a shoe in amongst that.
You see that very often. A shin pad out, a shoe. A few kit malfunctions here.
Just a slight break in play then, which will, I guess, suit the tempo at which Manchester now want to play this game and take the sting out of things. You mentioned the possibility of Loughborough trying to use the fly goalkeeper more. Do you think this is the stage of the game where they will turn to that and will try to use Joe Bickerstaff more as an outfielder? Yeah,
you're getting towards it. Yes, certainly at this stage in the game. The difficulty they've got, though, is at the moment the clock's still in their favour, isn't it, as they chase it. With six minutes to play, they've still got a good enough time. The downside of using fly goalkeeper is the ball will be in play for a lot longer. It means that the clock will run down quicker, and suddenly before you know it, there's added pressure because you're running out of time in the game. So it's about getting it right. It's about making it work if they are going to use it, and making sure that they pick that sort of opportune moment and almost don't go too early with it, that it causes them more problems than they have at this moment.
If we're looking to bounce back, then they did fall 3 goals down, but that goal from Luke Abdi has got them back into the contest. Back underway as Ali Shah restarts. Thompson did well to prevent the corner there.
Yeah, he did. Still a good opportunity though here.
Left for Huckster. Fired straight in towards the second post. Tozer comes away with it for Manchester. Free kick. Joe Huckster, the man penalised.
Yeah. Free kick on halfway then. Referee spotted the shirt pull. A little bit too much contact from Joe Huxter. Manchester will be happy with that one. Again, the more times this game breaks down, the better it is for Manchester if we come towards a close.
Play back to Helvecia, and it's high into the roof. Bickerstaff far left. Santos with his ever dangerous, tricky feet, trying to work something for this Loughborough side.
I'm just looking down the Loughborough bench to our left-hand side, Isaac, and it looks like Darius Rui has got the goalkeeper's jersey on, almost ready, so maybe it won't be Joe Bickerstaff in that fly goalkeeper, and they'll go to that sort of more traditional route of an outfield player being played in that position instead. They'll just be waiting for that moment. Very experienced coach, João Almeida.
Bickerstaff. How close was that to a second goal for Loughborough, and somehow it's evaded Hunter at the back post.
Yeah, they're the moments, aren't they? Those fine margins in games like this. A goal there is a real good opportunity for them to go on and get something from this, but Hunter desperately unlucky, just almost misjudged the ball.
Yeah, just seemed to swipe at it with his left peg and total air shot, just missed the ball completely, and that's a chance, a huge chance for Loughborough that's come and gone. Given away, and this is an opportunity for Manchester. It's Scott Thompson across. Important touch by Bickerstaff. Thompson, Collier. Loughborough kicking.
Again, Abdi in quickly, snapping away. And here we go. Here comes the fly goalkeeper.
Yeah, they will now here fly their goalkeeper, Loughborough. Darius Rui in the green shirt, playing as the fly keeper, taking on that responsibility. Joe Huxter there, just in a bit of confusion as to whether he was supposed to be on or not as part of this fly team. Huxter. Cut back for Myval, deflected corner. Now Huxter is switched.
Yeah, I don't think he was meant to be on. I think that's what he was saying. He was trying to come off, but they needed to almost move that ball forward and get into position. They were waiting for that good opportunity, but could have been costly. It's good from Manchester, trapping Marshall Hale in. No surprise Manchester call that timeout.
Yeah, with 4 minutes left to play, Manchester still lead by 3-1. Loughborough now utilising the fly goalkeeper tactic, of course leaving their net empty, but it's that risk and reward factor that we so often talk about as they try to get back into the game. That was the latest chance for Loughborough, and the deflection, they just took it out for a corner.
Yeah, another really good block. Jeff Adu before, standing tall. How many times have we said his name today, both offensively and defensively? Real standout performer for Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester will be hoping to hold on to the 3 points they have currently intact here, and they'll face a grounded Kent United side next week at Bloomsbury's host event. So a chance really for Manchester to build some momentum moving forwards.
That's it, yeah, and it's no surprise how they've come into this game. That last-minute equaliser against Helvetia will feel like a victory from the first game back after Christmas, won't it? And this one here, if they can continue with this, they've got a real good opportunity going into that game against Kent next time around.
Back to the action with the Manchester kicking. Loughborough can get a goal in the next 2 minutes or so. That would really raise the tension levels in the Manchester camp.
Definitely, yeah. We're 4 minutes to go. They almost need a goal quickly now, don't we? This is what we were talking about. It's as soon as they brought the fly goalkeeper in, this clock starts to rate away from them. The ball will be in play for a lot longer. It's about being patient, but it's that fine moment of right on the line there.
Yeah, really tight.
He'd have been okay anyway because we restarted from the kick in. He could receive the ball back in his half that once, but they're ones that can catch people out sometimes.
The do before. The ball straight into his feet, and he's held the ball up well. Collier's lost his shin pad again there.
Some extra suck tape needed.
Darius Rui in the flykeeper shirt over on the near side. He's in possession now. Back to Santos. He cuts forward as Loughborough look to change things around.
Loughborough trying to work this three-in-line movement down the line for that exact
Very
move.
close.
That's what
Very
they're looking
close.
for. Really, really unfortunate.
Set back, and the shot towards the second post comes close, and a do before goes for goal, and it's off target. Huge chance for Manchester. Loughborough get away with one.
It's a huge chance at each end, wasn't it? Sorry, struggling to spit my words out. But yeah, Ali Shah's save seemed to just hit Marshall Hale at that second post, didn't it? And the ball breaks free, and Jeff Dubufor was very, very close.
Just a couple of times we're seeing that same movement with Ruben Santos starting off in the fixed position in the flykeeper and then cutting forwards, but it's leaving the flykeeper Darius Rui with those issues of not dropping into his own half. We might see it again here. It's Rui.
It's about patience. It's about finding that right moment. So as he comes in, not used it this time, look for a slightly different one, but Marshall Hale in really quickly, not allowing them that chance.
Do before taking control.
A little bit of confusion between Rui and Bickerstaff there. Rui first went back, then decided he was going to change. Look for a timeout card going in front of us. Perhaps going to look at something different. There we go again. What an important save that is. And then this one here. So close from a do before. That would have sealed it.
So there is the buzzer to signal the Loughborough timeout with 2 minutes and 9 seconds left to go. Still very much in with a shot in this one, Loughborough. But the clock continues to tick down and they're running out of time.
And it's as we said, we could see, isn't it? In these situations, the clock will start to come against you if you don't make the most of it. And they've had a couple of good opportunities. I would imagine that this time out now is just about mixing things up. They've had some joy with that almost three in line where the fix is in Ruben Santos is cutting into that position. Now it'll be a case of, right, what else can we do? Manchester will know that one now. They've got a chance to work against it. So it'll be about, can they mix it up from this for Loughborough?
So Loughborough have 2 minutes to put things right here, else they'll have to wait until next week's trip to the Oldham Sports Centre. And see them come up against Worcester. So Worcester's host event here today. They're in action in the final game against Kent United later on. Santos.
Manchester doing really well to cut one side of the court off with their defence. So Harry Tozer there is just stepping up onto that horizontal line, and it means that Myvelt and Santos can't use Darius Rui, so it almost negates the fact that they've got the extra player. Really good defensive work from the team in blue.
Good hold-up play as well by Jordan Edge,
Oh,
and that's
fantastic.
brilliant skill. Spectacular. This is Jordan Edge. Important block by Santos, but that was something special.
Yeah, fantastic. First to hold the ball up, not giving away possession, and then this little turn here. Really clever. As we take another look,
See you later.
Marshall Hale left well beaten. Bailed out by Ruben Santos. Again, Manchester will be the happier here, just with this clock running down, lots of breaks in play, tempo gone from the game. Suits them, doesn't it, with that 3-1 lead.
Tozer's lofted ball forward. Bickerstaff resets high up the court. Approaching the final minute, and Manchester still 2 goals ahead. They have a cushion. Loughborough sets up again in the flight. Santos give it away to Edge, who does go for goal. And again, it's just wide of that left-hand post.
Yeah, really close. Again, a couple of opportunities for Manchester there on those, just to try and get something and kill this game.
Final minute.
Loughborough not quite used that ball well enough, have they, or quick enough in this fly. What a strike that is, though, as I speak.
Well, there it is for Loughborough. Darius Rui, the man who scores as the fly keeper, and they do give themselves hope.
It's a fantastic strike. Ali Shah completely blindsided by Carabalesi, I think, has no chance with that. That is right in the stanchion, isn't it? Fantastic strike from the fly keeper. Now Loughborough have that chance, looking for it straight away. Rui back in.
And now these are the nervy moments for Manchester. Final 30 seconds. Morgan back across. This is a chance, and they equalise. It's Jan Myveld. And the celebrations show you just how much it means. It's 3 each.
What a goal that is. It had everything. The movement, the strike. Listen to this noise from the Loughborough bench and look how much it means to them. Fantastic goal from Myveld. And he's not been at his best today, but he's a big, big player for this team. And he's come up big in a key moment again.
From 3 goals down, Manchester have conceded twice in the final minute. And isn't that just an epitomisation of why we love this sport, Matt?
We've seen it. We saw it in Manchester's last game. They pulled it back very late. Today, Loughborough haven't given up. They kept working hard. And it looks like they're going to get something from this. The interesting thing will be with just under 30 seconds left on this clock, there's still a good moment for them. They've got the ball back now. They could go on. They'll be looking for it. They could go on. They've had some joy, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got Manchester on the ropes here, but Manchester trying to press high to stop Loughborough using the fly keeper, and they have to reset high.
Good defending from Manchester, really smart defending. Forces them, Loughborough, into giving them the ball back. And they're too going to look for something. Not had much of the ball.
Santos, 10 seconds, Aduba 4. Still Aduba 4. Great challenge. Really strong from Jan Myveld. On top of the world at the moment after that goal.
Now we're in a situation, we've got 7 seconds left on this clock. Edge and Aduba 4 over this. What are they going to look for? We know their quality.
Has to be worked right, and it wasn't really. Final second, and there's a foul, and that will be the end of the game, though. We've just 0.3 left, so it looks as though this one will end 3 apiece. What a comeback by Manchester.
Yeah, fantastic from Loughborough.
Sorry.
Yeah, what a fantastic response from them, and they have one moment here. But fantastic response. They never give up, and that is why they're in the position they're in this league. A fantastic game between 2 really good sides. Manchester will be disappointed not to take 3 points, but for Loughborough, some really good moments late on in that game has given them a well-earned point.
And what a huge point it could turn out to be at the end of the season as well. Manchester, who led 3-0, remember, pegged back, and at the end, a draw, perhaps a fair result. Loughborough using the fly goalkeeper tactic to their advantage. Manchester missed twice with the empty net to kill the game off, remember. and Loughborough in the end come back to earn a point with 2 goals in the final minute. Jan Mayveld, the man with the equaliser. A brilliant first game live from Hartbury College, and it's just the first of 4. The final score here, Manchester 3, Loughborough Students 3. Welcome back then to Hartbury College in Gloucestershire. One brilliant game has gone before us. Manchester 3 goals to the good, but then pegged back by Loughborough students, and it ended in a 3-3 draw. Up next, a huge game between London Helvetia and Bloomsbury. Alongside me again for this one, Matt Hardy. London Helvetia against Bloomsbury. This is a huge game.
Massive, especially after that first game today as well. Massive for how the league could pan out from here. Obviously, looking into that playoff format, they're all going to have an eye on that first or second spot and that almost home advantage. But you're in a situation with this one today where Helvetia will be the favourites, but we've already seen Bloomsbury beat them once this season, and we know that this is the big scalp. It's a local derby. There's two groups of players who know each other very, very well, and yeah, it's a hard one to call again, isn't it, as to how it could pan out.
So we'll run you through the 2 team lineups. Then starting with London Helvetia, they start with Dimar Lahoz in goal. There's no Mark Croft here today for them. Their captain Ivan Ju, Liam Pelfreman, Camilo Restrepo and Lucas Totti. The rest of the squad is Leonardo Lugli, Igor Cesar da Silva, Uriel Araujo, Gulham Monti, Claudio Ribeiro, Felipe Barcelos and Vitor Manata. They're coached by Enrique Guillen and Andrew de Santana. For Bloomsbury then, they start with Johnny Sim in goal, very experienced goalkeeper. And the rest of the starting 5, the starting outfield quartet is Jared Basquer, Ollie Jones, the captain Denison Moreira and Jared Rand. The substitutes are Russell Goldstein, Charlie Hyman, Richard Ward, John Curran, Taluya Satonye, Kelvin Dixon and the substitute keeper Ben Lazarus. Their coach is Juan Tapia Owens. Your match officials for this one: Mark Burkitt, Carl Jones, Ollie Rodriguez Ballinger and the timekeeper Paul Waitley. Really excited for this one. Helvetia dropped points last time out as they drew 3-3 with Manchester. And their only other slip-up so far this season was, as you say, Matt, a defeat against today's opposition.
Yeah, and it'll be an interesting game because we know that Bloomsbury will come in with that intensity. It's a staple of how they play, isn't it? A lot of depth, a lot of quality in their squad. And as you were reeling off that list there, and you look at that bench, there's a lot of experience and number of internationals in there. And I'm actually quite surprised by the way that they're starting the game, almost going with the flair and the youth of Jones and Rand ahead of some more experienced players like Goldstein and Ward, who would be a little bit more controlled. Maybe it's part of their game plan to try and attack Helvetia from the half and see what they can get from it.
Yeah, Russell Goldstein kept cards relatively close to his chest in the pre-match media, but did hint at his side taking a new style game plan into this game today, so it'll be interesting to see the tweaks that they make. Underway then, Helvetia in the blue and white strip, kicking from right to left, and Bloomsbury in gold and black. Moreira. Jared Rand. Forward to Basquet. Just off target, but Bloomsbury with the first half chance.
Yeah, first sort of shot in anger, wasn't it? Never really troubled the keeper, but it's a decent little move and a decent parallel pass from Jared Rand. It's the strength of his game, as we know. I think the interesting thing will be is that little battle early on is Jew and Basquet, not necessarily the combination that you'd expect to be sort of working together on almost against each other on court. Basquet could cause a few problems for the big man and the Helvetia captain, just with his movement, his clever little runs. Jew just got caught wrong side on that first move, didn't he?
Bloomsbury kicking from the left-hand side. It's towed short, and the shot wasn't far away. Simple set piece, nearly very effective.
Yeah, very direct. First 2 shots almost looking a little bit more direct than we've probably seen them in the past, but whether that's part of what Russell Goldstein was talking about, but
Pelfreman to Jew, who skips past Basquet. Jew across the face of goal. Nobody there for Helvetia, but a really lively start. And Ivan Jew trying to make things happen for the London Helvetia. Just a switch of match ball as well there. I think Bloomsbury keeper Johnny Sim just alerting the referee to an issue. Helvetia dropping off to start with, allowing Bloomsbury possession in these sorts of areas. Moreira, horizontal ball for Basket, back to Moreira, forward into the wide pivot. It's just crossed the line and will be a Helvetia kicking.
Yeah, just ran out of room, Jared ran, didn't he? You could see what he was trying to do, is wriggle free and toe that ball back, almost trying to suck the pressure into the corner and then release it.
Long ball forward to Pelfreman, and that's an instinctive save by Johnny Sim. It was a header from not the tallest of players in Liam Pelfreman, but it was a direct ball to him and a header towards goal.
Yeah, what a pass that is from Lucas Tati. We see again a little bit pressure not quite there, allowed the room to play it, and yeah, really good save in the end. I'm not sure Liam Pelfreman scored many with his head.
Corner for Helvetia is taken back to Totti. Always dangerous, Lucas Totti. There will be another corner.
Yeah, he's been it's been massive for Helvetia to have him back in their ranks. Struggled with injuries last couple of seasons, but still an incredibly gifted player.
Totti. And that's a brilliant goal, and that's exactly what you highlighted, Matt. Lucas Totti with a screamer.
Big players and big moments. Lucas Tati, as soon as you give him that room, and we see it as the ball comes out, again, Baskin not quite there with the pressure, allowed him the room to strike it, and Johnny Sim's got no chance with that one. What a start for Helvetia. That's what they wanted, first blood to them.
With their first real chance, London Helvetia take the lead, and Lucas Totti, in a moment of magic like that.
It's almost no surprise as well, in response to the goal, this experienced quartet, Goldstein, Ward, Dixon and Curran, straight onto court. Maybe that gamble with that starting four hasn't quite worked.
That's a good shot towards goal, and Lahoz was momentarily troubled, managed to gather at the second time of asking. Pelfreman, high ball forward, just strikes the roof in the arena here, so it will of course be a kick in.
It's a really good start. What Kelvin Dixon gives to Bloomsbury is a more sort of traditional pivot option. He's not always going to go and play in that position, but he does give them that outlet, doesn't it? A big player who they can go and almost play off. Don't really have that in their ranks as such without him.
Lahoz wanted that through the middle of the front Bloomsbury line.
He might have wanted it. I'm not sure his coach will have. Yeah, there's really good pressure. You can see what they were trying to do with the pressure on, and he tried to almost counteract it with his own movement. And yeah, goalkeepers sometimes want things that.
Dixon held up well by Duke. Here's Ward.
Really highlights what I was just talking about, is Dixon happy to have the ball with his back to goal. Again, really strong play from him. He just gives Bloomsbury that release almost.
Goldstein. Dixon. Nice flick forward, but nobody there, and that runs through to Lahoz. Helvetia with a one-goal lead in the early stages. Restrepo. Still in, Camilo Restrepo seemed to give that one up.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know whether he gave it up because he thought it had run out, or whether he gave it up because he realised his touch wasn't great, but quite happy to drop back in and reset. I don't sort of, you wouldn't mind that in these early stages. Just watch it, Jared nearly ran onto court with his bib on them.
Good attacking kicking position for Bloomsbury. We saw them shoot very direct from this early on in the game, right before they conceded actually. They will utilise that again this time. Dixon takes a touch before shooting, and it's smothered out.
Yeah, really good defending from Ivan Dew. Strong, powerful. not allowing Dixon that chance to receive that ball on the edge of the D. That'll be an interesting battle as this game progresses. Here we go again. Dixon secures it this time.
Scored a wonderful goal 2 weeks ago on BT Sport. Calvin Dixon, his control was beautiful, and that is very close to an equaliser. And Richard Ward comes so close.
What a fantastic move that is. Real sort of what we come to expect from this Bloomsbury team, isn't it? Lovely play, ball to the back post, and Richard Ward, well, you'd put your mortgage on him scoring from there, wouldn't you? But disappointing not to. Bloomsbury felt there was a tug on the shirt in the build-up to that as well, not given by the referee.
High pressure from Bloomsbury, but Goldstein's left on the deck as he slipped. It's Ivan Ju for Helvecia, and it's bundled in. Ivan Ju makes it 2, and London Helvecia with a dream start.
Again, it's that man Lucas Totti, though, isn't it? Comes away with it under intense pressure on the edge of his own D. And as we see it, I think it's Claudio Ribeiro actually who gets that last touch almost back off the post from Ju's strike. But Lucas Totti wriggles away on the edge of his own box, and as he comes forward, he picks the right decision, and the quality of Helvetia is told early on in this one.
Ivan Ju's effort did strike the post, and Ribeiro was in the right place at the right time to bundle the ball home.
Really interesting start to this game, because Helvetia are almost happy to let Bloomsbury have it at times, but then they've been so clinical, showed their experience in these key moments.
Keeper's ball, the Hoz. With ball in hand, looking long for Liam Palfreman, and Johnny Sims out quickly.
They're aiming for us again.
Ju plays back to Araujo. Palfreman, it's 3 for Helvecia. Dreamland in the early stages. Helvecia lead by 3-0.
Wow, they are blowing Bloomsbury away early doors here. What a start for Helvetia. Again, fantastic play from Jude to hold the ball up and lay it off. And Liam Palfreman doesn't miss those, does he?
A clinical finish. And Liam Palfreman adds to Helvetia's early advantage. Problems for Bloomsbury. Big problems they need to solve.
What a start. A little bit speechless from what I've seen so far. We expected another close one, didn't we? And already Helvetia racing away with this. A 3-goal advantage. It's really good, puts them in a really good position. Interesting listening to the Bloomsbury bench, the shout from there was don't stress, because they know that in these situations in the past they can be prone to just almost boiling over at times, and that's not going to help the situation they now find themselves in.
Rand. Satonia wanted it far post. Rand stood up well by Palfreman. And given away by Jared Rand to Ariel Araujo.
It's really good cover and defending from Araujo. Just backing up his teammate, cutting off that pass.
Rand. Looking to go 1v1. Rand inside 2 Helvetia players. No foul, and Helvetia come away with possession. It's 3v2, it's a cross, and back for Ju, and it's prodded wide. Bloomsbury with issues, and it could have been 4.
Yeah, and it's poor from Jared Rand, isn't he? Looking for that foul. As soon as they double up at him, he was looking to go over. No contact, and Mark Burkett allowed the game to continue, and very nearly Helvetia get that 4th one. Ju will be disappointed, I think, in the end, not to hit the target.
Moreira. Bloomsbury trying to work something. Moreira, plenty of movement off the ball for Bloomsbury, but not going anywhere with it at the moment. So Tonye. Across to Current. And Basquet taken down, was he? Great advantage and good Bloomsbury goal. And they're back in the game, it's 3-1.
It's one or the other, isn't it? I think he'd have definitely got that penalty. But it's a fantastic finish and a really good team move. There we have another look at it. Clear foul. Denison's on hand to tow home anyway. What a start to this one.
Yeah, Denison Moreira, the number 10 for Bloomsbury, the man who was on hand to turn home. It's 3-1. And that's the goal that Bloomsbury needed.
Probably the first time that Bloomsbury have really played through Helvetia as well.
Helvecia striving forward again through Araujo.
Good decision. Really good decision from referee Carl Jones. Denison wins the ball back, and then Araujo getting a little bit carried away with the challenge. It always seems to be the case when these two play each other. It soon gets fiery.
Yeah, we know that many of the players between the camps are friends with each other off the court, but that goes out the window on a game day and a match day. There's a huge responsibility to try and earn 3 points for your side as the referee here, Mark Burkett, just attending to the Bloomsbury player who'd fallen to the ground. It was just a slight worry, a concern over a head injury, but everything looks to be in order. Current.
Really good from Current, that.
Strong tackle from Araujo, who initially robs Tonye. Tonye's won it back, though. Helvecia are all over Bloomsbury like a rash. This is Ribeiro, played across, and a very important block from Denison Moreira.
It's that man Totti again, isn't it? Working really hard to back up Araujo. He wins the ball back, and then it's him looking for that pass across, and Denison was on hand to cut out the Helvetia number 10's crossfield pass.
Jute. Ribeiro, always silky feet. Totti bundled down, he certainly thought it was a foul. Instead, Helvecia just have the kick in.
A few loose ones coming in this one.
Araujo, lofted forward, well controlled.
Good
Back
game.
to Araujo. Araujo.
That's fantastic a game from Totti, isn't it? Just holding the ball up, big, strong, bringing teammates into the game. And as you said earlier, Isaac, Helvetia all over Bloomsbury at the moment.
Jew. Toes it back, did well. Jew for Araujo. And Totti, this is such a threatening 4-4 Helvecia on court.
Has a little bit of everything, doesn't it? The size of Jew, the pace of Ribeiro, and the natural ability of Totti and Araujo.
Bloomsbury looking to turn the tide and come the other way. This is Russell Goldstein, robbed. Free kick is given. There's a late whistle, much to the frustration of the Helvecia bench, but Mark Burkett right on top of it, had the best view of anyone in the house.
Yeah, I think he just feels a little bit too much contact in that challenge there. Really good from Goldstein. And Mark, with the experience that he has, more than capable of dealing with these situations.
Attacking position then for this Bloomsbury set piece. Let's see what they have up their sleeve from this one. Calvin Dixon places the ball. Referee Burkett just moving the one-man Helvecia wall back the required distance as it's played back to John Current. It was.
He did really well. Ollie Jones had almost checked his run to that second post, and Dew was on hand anyway. But
Basket for Dixon. Twice a flick. Good. Strong challenge from Jared Basket. High throw, evades the roof, and the last touch did come off Oriel Araujo, and he goes behind. Bloomsbury get us re-going. Goldstein. Seen a lot of the ball in those types of areas. Ribeiro. Basket bundled down.
Suddenly Helvetia onto 4 fouls. Bloomsbury quite happy to almost let this foul count creep up, I think.
Yeah, it's certainly an issue that they have to attend to. 4 fouls with less than a quarter of this game played. Helvetia go direct. Touch off Barcelos, it was Felipe Barcelos, the number 12 for London Helvetia.
They're a really experienced player, former Loughborough man. Played football at a really high level in this country as well.
Goldstein. Back to Russell Goldstein, who was pressured quickly. Kicking Bloomsbury again, then we've seen them shoot from these types of areas twice before.
Yeah, not quite set for the shot straight from the kick in. No left footer on court from that side, so they're just going to recycle that ball, keep it.
Yeah, happy to keep possession. Goldstein for Basket. 3-1 Helvetia lead, but Bloomsbury looking to change that now. High ball was just too high.
It's a really good idea, though, isn't it? You can see what they're trying to do. Almost trying to work that ball into get into a 1v1 area on the diagonal and just above current.
Great ball through. This is a chance, but it's off target from Felipe Barcelos.
What a really clever pass from Lucas Totti again. We seem to be mentioning his name a lot, but fantastic ball. And yeah, Barcelos' shot with anger was wayward. Just a reminder that though Bloomsbury are probably having a good spell, this Helvetia team is still always a threat.
Ollie Jones lifted forward for Goldstein. It was a strong challenge from Pelfreyman, but came through and won the ball. Basket inside, laid off for Jones. Just too high for Goldstein at the far post.
Again, you could see the idea, couldn't you? Execution not quite there, but good from Bloomsbury.
Yeah, Bloomsbury certainly working their way into this game. Fell 3 goals behind, got 1 back, and starting to build some momentum, you sense.
Yeah, having a really good spell in the game and working really hard.
Current across to Goldstein. Happy to recycle. To Richard Ward. Jones looked for the give and go there. Helvetia could be away. It's Barcelos. And a great recovery challenge from Jones.
Yeah, really good from Ollie Jones. He's had to cover a lot of ground very, very quickly and just to snuff out that danger. Another good place for a Helvetia set piece here. Very similar to where Lucas Totti's goal came from. He'll surely be the target again.
Pelfreyman instead seemed to try something extravagant and fire the ball straight in, but I guess it gives a chance for Helvetia to reset.
Interesting that Bloomsbury have almost got back into this by slowing the game down and almost just getting a little bit of a hold on it, using that ball well. It's not normally what we expect from them with their quick, crisp movement.
Current, taken wide, but back across, and it's still there. It's a back heel towards goal. The attempt from Richard Ward.
I think he'd have been much better setting that for Ollie Jones, wouldn't he? But you see what he was attempting to do. Really good from John Current again.
Charlie Hyman on for this Bloomsbury side as well. His first involvement in the game today. Pelfreman. Sets back to Lahoz. Lahoz from range, straight at Sim. Net's empty. Sim does go for goal. Johnny Sim is off target. Ball lifted forward towards Stu, and Sim was on hand to just take control of the situation and shield the ball out.
Yeah, really good from Sim. Great covering. Important that goalkeepers are doing that when your team's looking to press high. There will be space in behind. He's got to be on his toes and willing to come and engage.
Dennison, parallel ball and still there as Richard Ward's lurking, but Helvecia managed to clear the danger as far as the sideline.
Really good palm away from Lahoz there, and just thought for a second it was going to drop kindly for Richard Ward, but Helvetia defended well. Bloomsbury clearly on top at the moment.
Set for Dennison and off the line really from Ivan Dew. Strepo bundled to ground and does get the decision. It was a dangerous area in which Strepo was fouled, and there is therefore a subsequent yellow card. Richard Ward is the offender.
It could be that man Totti again who's over it.
Johnny Sim just ensuring the wall is lined up perfectly. Richard Ward as an offset part of that wall now taking steps back. It is Totti behind it. It's deflected and it's still there, and it's kicked away on the floor as Johnny Sim just swung a leg at it. Really, improvised.
Yeah, he did really well, didn't he? He was alert. His first save was probably not if we have another look at it. It's a difficult one, isn't it? It comes through and he has to get something on it, but then he reacts really well to snuff out any danger.
Helvecia will certainly be the happier of the two camps at the moment. Dew. Sim out quickly again. Totti's been robbed by Richard Ward, who cuts back inside, still on his right though, and the shot towards goal was blocked. Long distribution out to Dew, that time unable to get it under his spell. Into the feet of Dew now. Dew turns, still Dew, it's good defensive work though from Dennison.
Really good from both teams. We're seeing that tempo start to creep up again as we come towards the end of this half, aren't we? Sort of 3/4 of the way through now, and intensity starting to build. Crucial moments you have to feel with the scoreline at 3-1. Game very much in the balance.
It's a loose touch from Ribeiro, and it's gifted Bloomsbury the kick in, which they tried to take quickly, and it's straight against Ribeiro and out for take two.
Referee's getting no respite here as well. Bloomsbury bench asking for the 5 metres. What I will say in their fairness is you've got to give them a chance to set it. Dennison looking for the early one.
5.5 to go until the break. Helvetia dropping off and leaving the free pass from Tonye on the kick in. Dennison. Tonye. Always a danger 1v1 to Louis Tonye. Dixon looks to turn again, and there was a foul in amongst that.
Yeah, one or the other. Charlie Hyman coming in, I think, caused most of the contact there, and easy decision for referee Mark Burkett.
Claudio Ribeiro has stayed down on the deck as well, so will be attended to. Just a short stoppage in play, and hopefully Ribeiro will be able to continue. But in terms of the two camps either side of us, either side of our commentary position, you have to feel London Helvetia in control. They'll be the happier of the two sides.
They'll be the happier of the scoreline, yeah. I think Bloomsbury have had a real good spell in this half. Got their goal back. Probably could have got another and haven't quite got to that. But as we tick towards half-time, it'll be Helvetia who is certainly the happier, and interesting to see how the game sort of pans out as we creep closer to it. I think both teams still got a timeout in hand. There's a lot of room for manoeuvre, isn't there? And we know that with quality players on both sides, this game could swing very, very quickly.
This was the incident that
Look at it.
left Ribeiro on the floor. It was a strong heavy whack to the side of his face, just caught accidentally. Hyman inside, and Hyman comes very close.
Yeah, it opened up for him, didn't it? And needed no second invitation to take the shot. Slides just wide, disappointingly. Here we go again. Palfreyman just backing away slightly. Gave him that room.
Araujo looking for a stripper who's had a quiet game so far for Helvetia. Just off camera to Louis Tonye, retying his shoelaces, so that's what the stoppage in play there is for. It's played through this time and does go to Lahoz. 3v2. Tonye closes down quickly.
It's something Bloomsbury are going to have to look at, I think. They're trying to press high to stop the keeper from having the ball, but Lahoz is taking a really unorthodox position almost, and he's posing them a problem. Dixon's positioning a bit better that time just to snuff that out.
Totti. Now Araujo for Restrepo. Opened up maybe for the shot there, instead decided to keep possession. Perhaps a wise decision as it comes through towards the second post where Palfreyman had made the run.
Yeah, it just didn't quite sit for Restrepo in the middle of that move, did it? And we know he would have taken the shot if he could, but happy to recycle it, and very, very unfortunate with the rest of the move. Good for a game from Helvetia.
Dixon. Curran went down and Helvetia go the other way on the counter. John Curran still on the deck, and Helvetia sportingly put the ball out of play.
A strong challenge from Araujo in the centre of the court. We've seen a couple, haven't we, already in this game?
Bloomsbury do then just return possession back to Helvetia. Totti, Palfreyman. Bloomsbury stepping up higher. Araujo wins the kick in. Restrepo. Good challenge to Tonye. Pelfreman. Across to Araujo. Helvecia controlling the tempo of the game now. Goldstein thought he was fouled, and that's a strong challenge. Liam Pelfreman went sliding in. Pelfreman's the player who's stayed down here, actually. We'll take a look on the replay. That was the first one, and then the second one there.
Both strong challengers, both. Is there a case on both that they're not really in control of what they're doing, endangering the other player? But Mark Burkett's given them the benefit of the doubt with it. Bloomsbury have the ball in a really good area regardless, and will look to work something from this set piece.
It's across to the back post, where the plan was clearly for Satonia to get on the end of the ball.
Just on his heels, wasn't he? Not quite on that same wavelength. Really good ball from Calvin Dixon there in a really good spot.
Yeah, good decoy on the run from Russell Goldstein as well, who it looked as though was going to come for the set and smash option. The ball instead going straight across the face of goal. Satonia with a momentary touch, and Satonia then commits the foul. Helvetia want to get on with things quickly, and they have good reasons to do so, but Lucas Totti unable to hit the target. Similar pattern of play then, as Bloomsbury coming forward once more. Dixon cuts it across, and Helvetia looking to hit on the counter. Dixon's strength at the forefront of that. Goldstein. Into Dixon, into the feet of the pivot. Curran for Rand. Rand looking to exchange a wall pass with Curran. Just overcooked.
Yeah, just not quite there with the execution. Fantastic idea though.
Barcelos comes out on top in the 50-50 challenge. This is Liam Pelfreman. Pelfreman just out of play. Pelfreman didn't think it had gone out. Rand as we approach the final minute of the first half. Helvetia deep but resolute here. Basket. Barcelos, nice threaded pass. Pelfreman to the right. Totti. Ball taken away from him, and that will be a free kick, and Lucas Totti, the offender on that occasion.
It's a really good challenge in the first place from John Curran, and then used his body well to get that fifth foul, and Helvetia must see out the rest of this half, this last 43 seconds, without giving away another.
Yeah, so Helvetia on to 5 fouls with 43 seconds to go in this half. That's a wasteful move from the set piece for Bloomsbury. They'll be disappointed with that one.
Pelfreman having a little bit too much to say there. Cole Jones not happy.
Dixon for Basquet. What a touch. Basquet. Good save. It's fired at the roof of the court. And the last touch off Dixon.
He's been a foul, actually. Yeah.
Push spotted in there, and Helvetia have the free kick. Great control by Totti. It was Felipe Barcelos rather, but Bloomsbury looking to go down the other end of the court. Oh, Lahoz pressured there, and that was very close.
He's taken a big risk, hasn't he?
Closing stages of the first half. London Helvetia came out the traps, all guns blazing, and took a 3-goal lead. Bloomsbury managed to pull one back, but it looks as though at half-time Helvetia will have a 2-goal lead. And indeed they will. So the buzzer goes, and at the break, in what's been a really entertaining watch from a neutral perspective, London Helvetia are the side ahead in game 2 of 4 here today at Hartpury College at half-time. It's London Helvetia who lead by 3-1. You don't want to miss the second half of this one. Be sure to join us. Welcome back then to Hartpury College in Gloucestershire. A brilliant first half contested between these two teams, both London-based sides, Helvecia and Bloomsbury, and it's Helvecia who are leading 3-1 at the break. They went 3-0 up, Matt, but Bloomsbury worked themselves back into the game, got the goal, and have set up what should be a really exciting second half.
Yeah, should be. Bloomsbury settled, didn't they? Once they sort of settled and got a foothold in it, they looked more like their normal selves. The problem is that when you're chasing a game against a team this good, you're always at risk of conceding more goals, aren't you? And you could see how Helvetia are going to approach the rest of this game.
Helvetia with a firm foothold on it. That one runs all the way through to Johnny Sim. And a restart for Bloomsbury. It's a strong starting four for Bloomsbury. This they started with a different quartet to begin with, but after soon conceding their strong four that we're so accustomed to, did soon come on to court.
Yeah, I don't think I'm surprised to see them start this half with a different quartet. The experience of Curran and Dixon needed. Dennison adds a bit of quality, and Bashkia will add that energy, won't he?
Lahal's very clever. Due for Palfreman. Palfreman. Nice idea to pick out Ivan Due, the Helvetia captain, who was racing away down the right flank. Bloomsbury have possession back. Dennison to Dixon. Back to the Bloomsbury captain. Now Current. Misplaced pass, and Helvetia regain possession in their own half.
They'll be quite happy with that. Sit in behind, let Bloomsbury play in front of them, and just wait for those moments to pick them off when mistakes are made. Challenge from Dennison there. Interesting 1v1 battle against Totti. I think anybody particularly wants to play against Lucas Totti 1v1.
Why would you? Lucas Totti with so much quality in abundance, really, and throughout this Helvetia squad and on court between both sides, it's been a real game of high quality. The quality out there is something that many in England aspire to reach, and it's a repeat, of course, of the Summer Showdown final, albeit Bloomsbury were branded differently as Pro Futsal London back then, but these two teams have long been in battle with each other, and it's a game that has certainly earned its right in being billed as the game of the day here. Ribeiro played across, and Liam Palfreman turns home. Palfreman with his second today, and Helvetia restore their 3-goal advantage.
It's a really poor pass from John Curran from the kick-in initially. Ribeiro seizes on it, and it's really clever, first from him and then from Palfreman. And that, you have to feel now, gives Helvetia a real grip on this game. At 3-1, it's in the balance with the fourth. Just gives them an element of control.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with that, London Helvetia, to come out and start this second half so strongly. Game could quite easily have been ticked on the other side of things for Bloomsbury as they shoot there, and Lahoz manages to gather at the second time. Important clawback, that.
Yeah, he's recovered really well, hasn't he? Because he spilt it initially.
Dixon loses out, does he? Just about recovers. Ribeiro. Dixon strong again, and Calvin Dixon just to have won the ball and just concedes that kick in on the far side.
Just need to be careful, Bloomsbury, that tempers don't begin to flare. We've seen it with them in the past where they can, in these situations, start to just lose their cool, get into arguments with almost with the officials as much as anybody else, and it can cost them. those kind of situations.
Totti cuts inside and then the pass is just behind Ribeiro.
Yeah, I was just saying, in those kind of situations, they need to make sure they apply pressure in the right way.
Curran. In search of Dixon. Helvetia have it back through Jew. It's good that from Helvetia as they break through the first line. That's a cutting ball through as well in search of Ribeiro.
It's really good, isn't it? Again, fantastic from Totti. First to hold the ball up, release back to Ivan Jew, and then as it came back into him, he's immediately looking for that diagonal ball. Ribeiro's such a threat with his pace in those situations also.
Ward for Goldstein, and well, he'll be disappointed that he hasn't at least hit the target from there, Russell Goldstein.
Could be more than disappointed. Really good opportunity for him. We could have done with taking it, as we have another look.
It's a tame header in the end. Oh, brilliant skill from Ribeiro. Claudio Ribeiro, that's outrageous. Cuts it back in search of Totti, but the initial skill from Ribeiro is something to behold. Lahoz finds Ribeiro again and goes for the spectacular. He's a man on a mission here, Claudio Ribeiro.
Sometimes he plays the game at like 100 miles an hour. Doesn't quite know how to slow down at times, but yeah, he does some spectacular things, and he also does some things where you sometimes look at him and think, maybe just calming down slightly. I think that was one of them. He's looking for the spectacular, whereas actually for his team, it'd have been better just to get hold of that ball and reset.
Palfreman. Totti. Cuts across to Ribeiro. Good challenge that time.
Totti, fantastic again. As we have another look at it, his first touch here, I think just get control of it, you know, and try and build. You can see what he was attempting to do, but very unlikely to score from there.
Ribeiro that time loses out, and Bloomsbury come forward with possession. It's played onto the right, advantage played as well. A good one from the officials, but Bloomsbury not taking advantage. It's a swipe at Ivan Jew. Ribeiro twists, turns, Jew high and over.
And a foul will go on each side there for the two advantages. We saw very similar challenges, just almost lazy lunges, weren't they? And both teams able to ride through the challenges.
Yeah, a couple of good advantages played by the two referees, Mark Burkett and Carl Jones. We saw a very good advantage played in the first half as well for the Bloomsbury goal, rather it was. Tonye. Comfortable for Lahoz. Araujo. Palfreman. Was he brought down? Yes, he was. The initial control was unbelievable.
Yeah, what a fantastic first touch that is. Real quality from Palfreman, and once he got wrong-sided, Jared Rand really has no option but to foul. You're not going to allow Palfreman to get through and get that shot on Johnny Sims' goal, are you? So, good foul, good yellow card in terms of his team.
It's the third Bloomsbury player booked. Rand, Dixon and Ward. Totti caution for Helvecia, but this is a good opportunity for Helvecia. Play back to Araujo. Now Bloomsbury look to counter. Araujo, strong challenge, great defending. Tonye's after him and does intercept the pass. Ward loses it to Totti. Big save, Sim.
Yeah, really good save, stood tall. Good early effort from Totti after robbing Richard Ward of the ball.
Take a look at that latest chance again. Totti with a stab toe punt towards goal. That's the element of surprise, and it can be difficult for goalkeepers at that time. Johnny Sim was equal to the effort.
Interesting to see Satanya back on court. He stayed out almost having treatment with the physio at half-time. A little bit seemed to be some concern over whether he would continue, but it looks okay now.
Dew. Inside Dixon. Pelfreman. It's a risky pass. Well controlled though, and had to be by Araujo. And Lahoz resets.
That's really good from Araujo, wasn't it? Under a lot of pressure. Poor ball from Pelfreman, putting his teammate in that situation, but Araujo quite happy to take it and play.
Sotonye. From range, Calvin Dixon. That one isn't going to trouble Lahoz.
It was a rangefinder, wasn't it? And I think Restrepo had a good position in terms of the pressure that he put on, and Helvetia will be quite happy if Calvin Dixon's shooting from that sort of distance.
Into Dew. Restrepo. Sets back for Araujo, and Ollie Jones is across to tow the ball out of play.
Yeah, a couple of loose touches, just allowed that pressure to be applied, and Jones was in quickly.
Lahoz. Over halfway, then stumbles and shoved to the ground as Bloomsbury look to take that quickly. Of course, the net's empty and it's just boiling over a little bit. Referee's just trying to get on top of the situation.
Very experience from Liam Pelfreman there. A little bit of gamesmanship, realises they needed to reset. Has got involved in something, meant the referees had to have a conversation. It just slowed the game down and allowed Helvetia to sort of drop in. Really good game management. Dark arts of the game.
It's an opportunity for Jones. An important sliding block by Araujo.
Better from Bloomsbury though, isn't it?
Much better. Much better after conceding in this half as well to respond in the way that they have. Similar to how they responded after going 3 down in the first half, actually.
Yeah, they just that almost slowed down how they play the game and to get a little bit more control. Good pressure again from Jones and Hyman, not allowing Restrepo a breath.
Yeah, no way out of that one. He was sandwiched between 2 black and gold shirts. Sotonye. A little bit of space. Jones. Sotonye, nice screen movement. Charlie Hyman just got the ball stuck under his feet, and now Helvecia look to counter. It's played across to Ivan Dew. It's a big, big save. And on the follow-up, Restrepo stabs towards goal. So close to a 5th for Helvecia.
Big save and 2 fantastic blocks to follow up from Hyman, but what a fantastic flowing move again on the counter-attack. We have another look at this. This one, the challenge first of all, and then he's up quickly to block the shot.
Araujo forward to Pelfreman, who stabs it past him. And Liam Pelfreman completes his hat-trick. Helvecia in cruise control.
Another fantastic goal. It's that diagonal that's caused so many problems for Bloomsbury all game. And it's Pelfreman with a great finish, guiding it past him. This now is surely out of sight for Bloomsbury.
8th of the season for Liam Pelfreman. He's Helvetia's top goal scorer in this NFS Series 1. And he's always such a threat. 3 goals today. And as you say, Matt, it's a long and tall mountain to climb now for Bloomsbury.
Yeah, a real tough one, isn't it? Helvetia's showing their quality. What they've been able to do by getting those 3 early goals, they've been able to suck up any amount of pressure that Bloomsbury have applied to them and just almost wait and take the chances when it came to him. And Pelfreman has been so clinical with the chances that come his way. It's real quality from both him and Totti throughout the game.
Goldstein. Bloomsbury will have to try and change something. Current, Goldstein. Helvetia bench loved that one.
both benches been very lively throughout the game in different ways. Helvetia lively, loud, supporting the team. Every challenge cheered like it's a goal. For Bloomsbury, trying to just increase the tempo, increase the energy in the players on court, and really trying to get behind them, getting them to settle. Here we go
What
again.
a pass through that was, and it's this man again, Liam Pelfreman, just slowed down, but to Restrepo, that's a great save.
It is a fantastic save, but again, it's that diagonal ball, isn't it? It's caused so many problems for Bloomsbury today, and Pelfreman's onto it in a flash. As he checks back here, he sees the Restrepo support, and Johnny Sim with a real textbook save. Great technique.
Totti, Restrepo. Tough battle, Helvetia kicking. It was a very difficult first half for Bloomsbury, and it's been a very tough first half of this second half as well for them. And they find themselves 4 goals behind.
Challenge.
Sloppy.
Yeah, tough moments for Helvetia, for Bloomsbury now, isn't it?
Totti. Totti tries to skip inside Goldstein and close the ball towards where Restrepo had made the initial run from.
Incredible feat once again from Lucas Totti. Just wriggles free of things he has no right to wriggle free of. But yeah, as I was saying, for Bloomsbury, it's a real tough moment in the game. This game seemingly out of sight at this moment in time. They've got to somehow claw their way back into things, keep going, because stranger things have happened and they will know that. They're experienced enough as a squad, looking increasingly unlikely.
Nice flick from Pelfreman to pick out Ribeiro. Three-quarters of the game played now, and London Helvetia will be so pleased with how things have gone.
Yeah, really pleased. Managed the game really well, taking chances, scored really good goals.
Dennison, striving over halfway. Dennison, great save by Lahoz. Textbook.
Really, really good save. Out quickly, cuts off the angles. Means Dennison has to shoot to that second post, and a big firm left boot on it. As we take another look, he's happy to tow it away for the corner.
Back to Richard Ward, who scuffs the effort there.
Yeah, didn't catch that cleanly at all, did he? Probably sums up his day so far, Richard Ward.
Pelfreman. Good intentions.
That's the ball they're looking for, aren't they? They're almost their ball, their out of pressure movement is looking for that diagonal into the space that Bloomsbury leave in the way that they defend.
Basket for Currants as he goes to ground cheaply.
Interesting moments. Neither team giving the referees any breather.
It's been a game played at a really high tempo, real high intensity to proceedings. Bloomsbury at times have tried to slow it down, and it's in those periods that they've gained more control over the possession of the game. And that's a foul. And it's been given as a free kick, and I think Helvetia wanted the advantage. Bloomsbury had stopped, but Helvetia looked to be bearing down on goal. It's been pulled back for the free kick.
Yeah, as much as they wanted the advantage, I don't think they were too disappointed in the break in play again. The more these kind of things happen, the more it suits Helvetia. We've seen it time and time again across this weekend, haven't we? As the game breaks down, in these moments when you've got a lead, it makes things nice and easy. It's almost the game managing itself for you. take another look. It's an awkward stretch. And a block from Richard Ward. And
yeah, near side official Mark Burkitt, very experienced referee, just talking to Richard Ward there. Ward, who has already been cautioned, so he needs to be very careful, and has been replaced by Taluya Satonye. Helvetia in control then in terms of the scoreline. It hasn't been going all their way, but they're in control on the scoreline as Lahoz goes across, and Lahoz, the Helvetia keeper, very nearly adds his name to the score sheet. Now charges back frantically.
I don't think they'll be wanting him up there too many times when they're leading 5-1, but very, very close to it. I think what you're seeing is experience and know-how. Helvetia know how to win championships, don't they? Again, a really good performance from Bloomsbury at times in this, where they've had a lot of the ball. They're happy to have a lot of the ball. They're happy to try and play really well, but Helvetia are happy to let them play. What they've focused on is taking their chances, and at the end of the day, they've scored goals that, as things stand, will have won them this game. And that, at these moments in the season, that's really all that matters, isn't it?
Brilliant skill from Totti. A good challenge as well, and Ribeiro's lost out though to Dixon. A strong battle. Dixon puts it across, and it was behind Jared Basquez's run.
He's done really, really well, Kelvin Dixon there. He's rode two really strong challenges, first from Dew, then from Ribeiro, cut the ball back, and he'll be disappointed that his teammates really are a little bit on their heels, not quite up to play with him. Maybe didn't expect him to get anything out of that situation.
It's given away cheaply by Totti. And Lahoz was out of net as well, but Bloomsbury couldn't work the shooting chance, so just retained possession. Dennison. Well blocked.
Just going back to it, Isaac, we've seen time and time again this Helvetia squad as a club. They know, it's just that know-how in these situations at the business end of the season. They really know how to turn it on. And for the last few seasons, there's been a general feeling that Bloomsbury, Pro Futsal as they were called before, have possibly on paper the stronger squad. They certainly play. They're the most difficult team to play against. People tend to tell you when you speak to the other teams the style of play, the way they play. But when it comes to these key moments, it seems to be Helvetia who can just churn out those all-important results. This one looks almost the same, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's followed a very similar pattern to that. I think many people going into this game perhaps would have expected the scoreline to be a closer contest, but Helvetia have so much experience throughout their ranks. Pause for a second as Satonye goes close. That was good hold-up play in the pivot position by Dixon.
Yeah, really good. First from Satonye into his feet. Dixon held it up well. Has played well at times, Kelvin Dixon, when he's been able to get into those positions. Didn't quite work for him. Again, Barcelos showing his threat. Big, strong boy. Good feet. Hell of a strike on him also.
Goldstein for Bloomsbury. Dennison. And again, the avenue of attack is thwarted and closed down quickly by Ribeiro.
Again, lovely return ball from Satonye. And this pass, just as he lays it off, it just doesn't quite set it right, does he? And Satonye's having to stretch. Difficult one.
Interesting passage to play there. I think the referee Mark Burkitt started the count, and I think in the end Bloomsbury just chose to reset things from that corner. Just wanted to get back and regain their shape instead of trying to rush something, which could have potentially led to a counter-attack on the other end.
Here we go. I wondered how long it would take, but Bloomsbury looking to go fly. Jared Basquiat coming on. Similar sort of time to what we saw in the last game. Long way to go. We saw this fly goalkeeper eventually swing the result. Can they do similar?
Pelfreyman from range
Like
has his fourth, and the fly keeper has only made things tougher for Bloomsbury. Liam Pelfreyman adds another, and London Helvetia are in complete control of this one.
He's probably the one player in this Helvetia team you don't want that falling to there. Time and time again, Liam Pelfreyman picks pockets in this fly goalkeeper with strikes like that. Really poor from Basquiat to give that ball away, not what you want so early on in a move, and make life even harder for his Bloomsbury team. They'll keep going with it, but it's a very, very tough afternoon.
I saw the fly goalkeeper tactic work so well for Loughborough earlier in our first game when they came back to snatch a point and draw 3-3 with Manchester, but at the moment quite the opposite for Bloomsbury, who struggled straight from the off with that. Basquiat's charged back to net as well, so Johnny Sim able to make the change.
Helvetia got the ball in play really quickly, which meant he couldn't get off the court. Really clever thinking from Helvetia, just moving that ball nice and quick, and Basquiat almost had to go and 10 goal.
Bloomsbury coming again. Just trying to find that little something extra from this fly goalkeeper. That's all they can do now. The damage has been done. Dennison.
What they're almost going to look to do is almost find the position Basquiat's taken. It'll either be from him or from John Curran in behind him. And they're going to look for Russ Goldstein on that second post. Slight change now.
Dixon high over the top of Lahoz's crossbar that time. Very tough day at the office for Bloomsbury, who suffered defeat last time out as well. They were leapfrogged in their standings by Loughborough 2 weeks ago when they lost 8-4. And their next test will be at their host event, the visit of Bolton, a week today. So the games don't really get any easier for Bloomsbury.
Now, Bolton are a side who we'll see next, but a very impressive side, move the ball well, look to try and play. Not quite got the results maybe performances deserve this season, but they will pose a threat to Bloomsbury, and after a couple of difficult weeks, as you say, they're not getting easier, and it could pile on more misery.
Basquiat as Bloomsbury persists with fly keeper. Given away to Pelfreyman, whose eyes light up again. And that one, with the outside of his right, is off target.
Uncharacteristic, poor execution.
Basquiat to Lahoz, and closed down extremely quickly by a combination of Hyman and Russell Goldstein, who were keen to stop Lahoz from shooting. This is the Liam Pelfreyman miss on the open goal. Just stabbed it with the outside of his right, perhaps rushed it a little.
Yeah, I think with Dennison recovering, he had to go quickly, didn't he? And not the biggest of targets, actually. That futsal goal when you're that far away.
Ribeiro. Dixon.
That pretty much sums up their day, doesn't it? You could see what Kelvin Dixon was looking for. Goldstein open at the second post, but he's passing. Strikes the heels of his captain.
Duke. Parallel ball for Ribeiro, stayed in. Ribeiro straight across to Pelfreman. Totti. Jew. Totti. Sim was down quickly.
Yeah, really good again from Lucas Totti, wasn't it? Comes away from Russell Goldstein from the corner, finds a ball across goal, and Johnny Sim equal to it this time. He's been a constant threat though.
Basket. Hyman. Took a double touch that, and the last touch off Hyman. Ribeiro there, leaves the ball behind, wins it back though. Skips by Goldstein, but too much on it as he tries to run down the left. Dennison. Hyman. Game somewhat petering out as this fixture goes in favour of London Helvetia. They're 6-1 to the good. And that's exactly the way they like it. Basket.
And this is the danger with, as we look at the clock, 2.5 minutes left in this one. That's the danger of fly goalkeeper for Bloomsbury. They've played it to try and almost get back into the game, but it can very quickly run the clock down if it's defended well and the ball's in play for a long period of time.
Pelfreman across to Jew. Loose from the Helvetia captain, Ivan Jew. Took over the armband after the retirement of Rayoni Medina. I'm sure the Portuguese would have been delighted and inspired by his national side's recent triumph at the UEFA Futsal Euros, which were a really good watch recently.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be watching at home as well. I'm really pleased with this one. Interesting time, as we were saying, time ticking by. So for Bloomsbury to call this time out now, I think is important, because they almost need a response as soon as possible before time really runs out on them. If they're going to get anything from this game whatsoever, they have to get some sort of reaction very, very quickly. And I think looks as though that's what the message is from the bench.
They're playing for pride more than anything else now at Bloomsbury, as they see the clock run down on them. The damage has already been done. It's been a very difficult day at the office. They'll persist with their ways about the fly goalkeeper and try to claw a goal or two back. 2 minutes to do so. Dennison finds Hyman. It's towed back, and that's very loose and unorthodox. It goes behind for a corner. Sims on quickly.
Again, sums up their day, doesn't it? When you see a mistake like that from a player like Calvin Dixon, I think you know that he's not going to be your day.
Over from Helvecia as they just retain the ball. Hos's effort was on target. I think it was intended as more of a diagonal, but turned into a shot on goal.
Yeah, just keeping Johnny Sim honest, wasn't he?
Goldstein. Dennison. Charlie Hyman on the near side. Final minute then to play out. London Helvetia will move back top of the tree. This is a good opportunity for Bloomsbury to score, though. It's against the bar, crashed against the upright. And Helvetia look to go down the other end through Barca Larson. It's going to run all the way onto the goal line, and it's a splendid clearance.
It's a fantastic save at the other end from Lahas as well. And then, yeah, Charlie Hyman's not give up on that one, has he?
Dennison fired through and love. Well, it's gone through. Took a touch, I think, and Bloomsbury do score.
Not sure if it's off Russell Goldstein or a defender. Take a look at it now. Dennison sees the opening. It may just be Goldstein who gets the final touch, just to guide it past Lahas.
Yeah, I think Russell Goldstein, just with the faintest of touches, won't matter in terms of the overall result. But Bloomsbury with their second goal of the day. Approaching the final moments, then give you a chance to think of a player of the match. Matt, and who's been the star performer for you today?
There's been a couple in the Helvetia ranks, hasn't there? We mentioned him quite a lot in the first half. Lucas Totti was fantastic, but for me, after scoring 4 goals, clinically finishing, it has to be Liam Palfreyman. Fantastic display, start to finish, leading by example, and then scoring all important goals at key moments in this game.
6 appearances this season for London Helvetia, Liam Palfreyman, and takes him on to 9 goals. It's been a splendid individual performance that's really helped his team on course to victory. A shot down the other end, doesn't drop too far wide. But in the end, that is the buzzer to signal full time. Perhaps not as close as many would have thought going into it. London Helvetia with a strong and dominant display. They went 3-0 up really quickly and ran out winners over the course of the full 40. Game 2 finishes here. London Helvetia 6, Bloomsbury 2. Up next, we'll have Bolton taking on Birmingham WLV. Welcome back then to Hartpury College in Gloucestershire for match 3 in what is game week 8 of the FA National Futsal Series Tier 1. This one sees Bolton taking on Birmingham WLV. We've already seen Manchester be pegged back to a 3-3 draw in the first game, and Helvecia with a convincing display and a convincing victory, 6-2 over Bloomsbury. I'll run you through the two team lineups for this one then. Bolton, first off, they have Joe Payne in goal. Rob Harper, Connor Woodworth, Rafe Barber and Mikey Bulmer are the rest of the starting five. The substitutes are named as Oscar Lucas, Josh Jones, Stuart Cook, Matty Hill, Adam Dawson, Lucas Schofield and Ollie Whaley. They're coached by Mick Parrish. For Birmingham, their starting goalkeeper is David Christian. He's recovered from what looked like an injury in the game 2 weeks ago. Doug Reed, Lewis Scott, Joel Hughes and Kira Jagpal make up the rest of the starting five. Their subs are Fraser Corden, Dan Guy, Ethan Finney, Dean Withers, Chris Bright, Munmeet Jagpal and Alex Igaza. They're coached by Iqbal Hussain. Matt, excited for this one as well. It should be another really good, close contest between these two teams. Perhaps haven't got the results across the season that maybe their performances have deserved. Certainly looking from a Bolton perspective, but it should be a really exciting game.
Yeah, definitely. We've got two really good squads again, experienced in terms of Birmingham, the youthful exuberance of this Bolton squad with that sort of catalyst that is Stuart Cook. But it'll be really interesting to see how this goes. Massive game for both teams in the nature of how their season's gone. They'll both be wanting that victory today. Let's see, especially with the results as well. With Bloomsbury and Manchester dropping points, it allows them to creep back towards that top four, doesn't it? And I'm sure they'll both have one eye on that moving forward.
Bolton are averaging a point per game. It certainly wasn't the first half of the season that they were hoping for, but I mentioned their performances have been of a high quality. They did take home the points last time out, 3 points, when they beat Worcester 4-1. For Birmingham, they find themselves second bottom in the league table, but are still just behind the two sides above them currently. 3 points last time as well for Birmingham, live on BT Sport. It was perhaps a bit more difficult than they would have liked it to be in the end a fortnight ago, but they did overcome the Kent United side and win 5-4 that day. Match officials for this one are Peter Georgiou, Will Thompson, James Gerrard and Oy Rodriguez Ballinger. Side setting out on court then. The last time these two teams met, Bolton were 2-0 up at half-time back in October, and Birmingham pulled the scoreline back to earn a point, 2-2. A closely fought contest that day, and we're hoping for a similar spectacle here today.
Yeah, I think it will be another close one. You've got two sides who similar position in the table, similar sort of season so far, but real opportunity for them to go and get something from this. Interesting that Birmingham are starting with Joel Hughes, even though he seems to be playing from the back of the court initially. I wouldn't imagine when they're in possession him to be there, and I think they'll look to hit him. It's an area where if they can get in and off him, we've seen them have joy across the season. Maybe don't use him enough in a way. Whereas for Bolton, it'll be a case of Cook or Woodworth sitting at the back of that court and allowing those youthful, enthusiastic, exuberant players to just go and play their game.
Yeah, playing as a fix is something that Joel Hughes wasn't accustomed to, but it worked well against Kent United, and something that it looks as though Birmingham will try to stick with, certainly from the outset of this game. This is Rob Harper, plays back to Joe Payne in the Bolton goal. Kicking for Bolton over on the far side.
I think we've had that every game today, where they seem to start with the flat ball and change it to the other one.
Woodworth back to Rafe Barber. Kira Jagpal cleans up for Birmingham. Hughes. Lost to Scott on the near side, loves to go 1v1, very direct and dynamic player, Lewis Scott. Prime example of it there as Lewis Scott strives down on goal. It's across to Hughes, but just too far ahead of him.
Yeah, disappointing. Really good break from Lewis Scott. Clever. Just that final pass, wasn't it? Just a little bit ahead of Joel Hughes and not able to get that stretch in.
Birmingham goal throw.
Straight away we're looking at Bolton looking to press quite high, willing to engage Birmingham close to their own goal.
Hughes loses possession that time, and Bolton come towards the Birmingham goal. Down the right side, good defending though from Lewis Scott. Did well to shepherd Mikey Bulmer out.
Yeah, difficult task that. Mikey Bulmer, once he gets going, be very tricky. Oh, great feed.
Hughes, same skill that he employed twice in a brilliant goal live on BT Sport 2 weeks ago, and trying similar there. Again, though, just the final pass was just letting Birmingham down at the moment.
Definitely bright start for them though. They'll be pleased with how they've started.
Direct run that from Rafe Barber, but into the side netting.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot from Barber and Bulmer especially, but there's other players in these Bolton ranks that will look to play, happy to engage 1v1, happy to go direct and try and make things happen.
Christian direct into the feet of Doug Reed, who is again playing as a pivot. It's towed out and for a Birmingham kick in. First two played. Scott uses Christian. Now we do see Joel Hughes higher up the court in a position where he can perhaps receive the ball with back to goal and turn. It's a free kick and a foul on Lewis Scott. First of the game goes against Bolton.
Yeah, Lewis Scott just evaded Mikey Bulmer, didn't he? Got wrong side, and Bulmer really no choice but to foul. Looking to get away without a booking. Probably the clock on his side with that one.
This is Kirit Jagpal. Reed's lost possession. He's lost it to the dangerous Rafe Barber. Woodworth. Barber over on this left side. Woodworth. No pressure on the ball there. And this is Rafe Barber again. Inside he goes. There's a lunging challenge for Lewis Scott. Seemed to miss ball and player.
Referees give him the benefit of the doubt, as though he made contact with it. They're the areas that Bolton want to get Barber and Bulmer into, where they can isolate someone 1v1 and look for that shooting opportunity.
Set piece for Bolton. Clear instructions from David Christian to stop this shot coming in, and Jagpal was out quickly, but there's the strike, and it's a fingertip save from Christian, who pushes the ball onto the upright. Splendid save.
Yeah, really good save, and so good in those situations when called upon. That's the threat though for Birmingham, isn't it?
Barber, Woodworth, 3 sets back to Joe Payne. Bulmer. Both sides still with their starting fives out on court. Alex Garza ready to make an entrance for Birmingham. Harper. Doug Reed read that one and wins the kick in for his side as well.
Yeah, Doug did really well, because just for a split second there, it looked like he... Just have a look at that shot. It's a really good save, isn't it? He's diving high to his left. And Christian's showing why he's been so important for Birmingham this season. Just going back to Doug in that 1v1 situation, had to stand tall, had to be strong with that challenge, and was. First change for both sides.
Here is Garza, freshly on for Birmingham. It's lost by Kirit Jagpal though. Garza nips in to win it back. And Hughes lays back neatly to Garza. Reed feeds Jagpal down the right, who looks to go down the line, and it's comfortable in the end for Joe Payne. Talisman Stuart Cook on for Bolton. This is Bulmer. Bulmer prods towards goal, and David Christian gathered eventually. It's a good throw out as well for Dan Guy, who's latched onto the end of that, but now down the other end for Bolton. It's a high challenge and an important one by Mummeet Jagpal. End-to-end stuff.
Yeah, really good. And it was another save Christian had to make, wasn't it? maybe comfortable for him, but one nonetheless that was on target.
Whaley. Cook wants it. Said the ball's towards the second post, but Bulmer hadn't quite made the darting run in.
You can see straight away Bolton looking to isolate people in wide areas, look for those sort of shot to the back post situations. Willing to press high also and put Birmingham under pressure. Gaza just clearing his lines.
Cook trying to catch Christian out. We've seen him score from his own half spectacularly on a number of occasions. That time it's over the top of the bar.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, maybe the less said the better about that one.
I'm not too bothered, but I don't think Jez Paulson, Derby keeper, will thank you for it. Still haunts him.
Bolton goal throw. It's gone short to Ollie Whaley. Cook for Barber. Back to Stuart Cook, always controlling for this Bolton side. Kicking in a really deep position.
Yeah, now a chance for Birmingham with the four they have on to apply a little bit more pressure. He's leaving Alex Garza at the back and Guy, Jack Powell and Chris Bright willing to go much higher up the court.
Yeah, good to see Chris Bright back out there for Birmingham, who's been nursing an injury in recent months. Whaley's lofty ball through, finds Barber, and Barber could be in. Breaks back for Cook. Still Stuart Cook, skips past Jagpal, Cook across, and Bright with an important touch.
Really important, two really important touches from Chris Bright. First to deny Barber, secondly with Stuart Cook, and Bolton will be happy with the corner, good area.
Almost straight against the Gaza.
Good important touch from the Gaza as well, because Ollie Whaley was just freed up a little bit of room at that second post, hadn't he? Well worked set piece.
Barber. Into Cook and back to Rafe Barber. Now Whaley. Going for the parallel return. Touch off Dan Guy, takes it out for a kick in. First 6 minutes played, then it's been a cagey start with both sides somewhat feeling each other out as David Christian's forced into another save. It's the Birmingham keeper who's been the busier.
Yeah, Bolton really pleased with their start. We just have another look at it. Had to deal with it. It was more of a pass to the back post than a shot of goal from Stuart Cook, but Christian had to be alert.
Giving away there to Jagpal, who looks to go past Cook. Jagpal tries to come inside Whaley and Cook, and in the end was happy to take the kick in.
Yeah, crowded out, wasn't he? Good double up defending from Whaley and Cook. We know 1v1, Jagpal's a threat. We've seen it time and time again.
Bright just lost control of the ball, and now this is an opportunity for Bolton as they come down the other end with Bulmer, and it's just wide.
The good opportunity on the counter-attack, wasn't it? Mikey Bulmer originally, I think, looking for that pass across. Dan Guy's done probably enough to just protect the middle of the court and force Bulmer's decision.
Drop short to Oscar Lucas, and Whaley's trying to pick out Lucas again, but it's lost centre of the court. Gaza's pass was just too far ahead of Mummeet Jagpal. Still goalless. Last touch off Mummeet Jagpal, it goes out for a Bolton kick in. Birmingham trying to apply pressure here to keep Bolton camped inside their own half. As we've become accustomed to seeing, though, they're using pain to get out of that trap set by Birmingham. Lucas. Barber to Cook. Whaley's an option. Instead, Bright cuts out the parallel. This is Mummeek Jagpal looking to return back to Bright. Cook goes on. Advantage played by the near side official. In the end, Stuart Cook just overran the ball. Igaza lost one forward in search of Guy. And the rolling foul will be added to the tally hit. Bolton just stepping up the pressure.
Yeah, both teams, I think, again, as we said previously in the day, similar to Loughborough Manchester, isn't it, in the way sort of opening sort of quarter of the game's gone. Both teams are trying to feel each other out. Hard to know which way this one's going to swing at the moment. Bolton perhaps had the better chances, but Birmingham growing into it.
Corden to Withers, that's nice play into the feet of Doug Reed, and Birmingham retain the ball well. Withers, well controlled by Corden. Sustained period of possession is for Birmingham as it goes across to Scott, and the shot from Doug Reed. Managed to get the shot away at goal, which I think is what saved the Bolton defender there. The shot was already towards goal, over the top of the bar.
Scott had to be alert there as well. Really good distribution from Joe Payne, looking for Oscar Lucas. Nothing wrong with going direct in those situations when a team's pressing so high. Another good position for a Bolton set piece as well.
Yeah, promising position this for Bolton. To be taken by Connor Woodworth. Dean Withers just been moved back the 5 metres. It comes round for Lucas, and Woodworth is high and away. Scott for Corden. Corden with a good pass into the feet of Reed, and it's returned back to Fraser Corden, who goes for goal, and it's saved with the right leg of Payne. Now Lucas going the other way for Bolton. Lucas tries to lay it on a plate for Woodworth.
Really good moments, both ends. First massive save from Joe Payne there. Really big for his team when called upon. And then here, great feet from Oscar Lucas. Really well-weighted pass. And Woodworth's shot just high of Kristen's near side. Upright. Unfortunate.
Withers, great ball through to Corden, who tries to prod it across to Scott, and Scott's fluffed his lines at the back post. A brilliant move from Birmingham, just lacking the clinical finish.
It's a really good opportunity, that. 2 in quick succession, isn't it? And as this ball comes across from Corden here, yeah, Lewis Scott's got to hit the target.
Best chance of the game so far, that's for sure. Birmingham go in search of the ball high up the court and earn it.
It's really good pressure from Birmingham, forcing Bolton back towards. It's a theme of what we've seen, isn't it? Forcing them back towards their own goal line.
Withers with the effort from the left side. Dean Withers, ex-England international. He's Birmingham's top goal scorer this season. 4 goals for him so far. And goals have been shared around the Birmingham players. Lucas tries to turn away from Scott. It's kept in by Reed as Birmingham look to counter and go down the other way. Corden just behind Scott. Lofty ball, good diagonal. That one won't trouble Kristin.
Oh, a bit of a miss hit from Rob Harper. You could see a little bit isolated. Thought he'd take an early strike.
Corden. Still in according to the near side official. Game goes on. Scott. Corden. Tries to pick out Doug Reed, who'd slipped anyhow. Good defence from Corden. Brilliant footwork as well to start the counter for his side. Corden bundled through. Across to Scott. Just held up momentarily Birmingham, and they're happy to come back and try to build again. Nice parallel for Corden. Very involved in this game since coming on, Fraser Corden. Scott goes down. That will be a foul, and it is a free kick in an excellent position.
Yeah, really good position. And Birmingham have worked that well, worked it into a really good area and bought another free kick. Couple of fouls in quick succession from Mikey Bulmer. Something he'll need to watch.
Yeah, 2 fouls against Bolton, and both committed by Mikey Bulmer. He's escaped further punishment so far, though. It's a good position this for Birmingham. Really need to try to work something. Have to get a shot away on target at Joe Payne's goal from this position somehow. Reed's behind it and goes straight for goal. Comfortable for Payne in the end.
Yeah, it's a really good ball as well.
Great touch by Cook. And down the other end, Bolton turning defence into attack just like that. They come very close to the opening goal.
Yeah, fantastic from Joe Payne, first of all. Really good, strong stop. And then excellent, almost javelin arm, wasn't it? And this touch from Cook is fantastic, isn't it? Again, he'll be disappointed not to hit the target.
Corden lays back for Withers. Withers, nice footwork, and Withers shoots. It's another save for Joe Payne. Reed with the last touch, it's out for a kick in.
Yeah, Lucas Schofield just ran out of room a little bit there. Was in the end fortunate to win the kick in.
Schofield back to Cook. It's one off Cook by Corden, but Payne was out really quickly. Good sweeping up that from Joe Payne. Corden. Corden back to Withers. Reed. Needs some support. Comes the way of Fraser Corden. Birmingham working their way up the court well. This is Hughes, promising position. Hughes looks to turn and shoot. It's blocked well. And now Bolton looks to counter. Good ball from Cook, picked out Harper, but Birmingham have possession back.
You have to feel these are quite big moments now in this game as Bolton try to wrestle back control of it. It's really good from Cook, isn't it, that? Joel Hughes, such a weapon in those situations. If you let him secure the ball, he makes it difficult about stopping that from happening. Both Cook and Woodruff have done well in those situations so far.
Bulmer for Barber. Barber looking to go 1v1 against Withers, and it's Rafe Barber. Saved like a cat from Kristin.
Really important save, and then a really important block on the pass from Doug Reed as well. Lucas Schofield just needed maybe to play that back to Barber a little bit quicker, so you have another look at it. And here, as Schofield turns, the pass has just got to come that little bit sharper, and Barber had that second chance.
Seven minutes to play in the first half, still without a goal. Birmingham came closest through Lewis Scott, but Bolton certainly haven't been without their chances also. Timeout called by Bolton, called by their coaching staff, Mick Parrish and Vito Bambini, as they try to address a few things. What do you think they'll be looking to adjust and looking to change moving forward in this game?
I think they'll want control back. That's what they'll want more than anything. They started the game really brightly. Birmingham have grown into it, and since that moment, I think he's been quite quite even, hasn't it? And a little bit end-to-end, and no one really grabbing authority in the game. For Bolton now, I think it'll be about, can we get back in control? Can we get back to doing the things that we do well? Get the likes of Barber, Bulmer, Oscar Lucas into those 1v1 situations where we know, and we've seen so many times already this season, they can do real damage, and try and get as many shots as they can on David Christian's goal. We spoke previously about him having an injury last week. He's the only keeper here for Birmingham today, so it may be that they need to just test him, see how fit he is, and see how much they can really try and drive Birmingham back towards their own goal line.
Yeah, if you didn't see it a fortnight ago on BT Sport, David Christian forced off with an injury, and Birmingham actually had to see the game out against Kent using the fly goalkeeper, which they did superbly, it must be said, with Doug Reid taking on that responsibility and just running down the clock really well. Here they find themselves in a huge contest, a big battle. Guy. Stuart Cook was on hand.
Yeah, really good for Barber as well, just holding him up, delaying him, and allowing that opportunity for Cook to come in as the second defender.
This is Finney into the feet of Hughes. It's a big target for Birmingham to work and play off. It's given away though by Kirit Jagpal. Finney back with an excellent challenge.
Yeah,
wins it back for his side.
Really good from Ethan Finney there, just recovering well. Went a little bit high initially, found himself wrong side of his marker. Made it easy for the Bolton defender and then recovered really sharply. And Birmingham found themselves in a really good position here.
Yeah, a kicking set piece from the right side. Comes round to Dan Guy, who's a left-footed player and was there for the kicking on the right side. Finney. He's the kicking off Cook. Kirit Jagpal looking for Hughes. It'll be a corner.
Yeah. Bolton went on Mikey Bulmer isolated with Joel Hughes too many times. Bulmer did well on that occasion, but Birmingham managed to get the ball in a really good area. They're the kind of areas that Hughes wants as well. He'll be looking to exploit them.
Jagpal takes the corner. A good block from Hughes allows for the shot from Guy. Just too much on it for Hughes, but again Birmingham trying to use him as a focal pivot. Now down the other end, Bolton with an opportunity. It's still there and over the top. And somehow it's been bundled right over the top of David Christian's goal. Really lively stuff here in Hartbury.
Yeah, really lively. Couple of really good moments. A good save again from Joe Payne at one end before a really good opportunity at the other. And somehow Christian manages to stop this one.
Five and a half to play. Jagpal. Nice footwork. Another kick in. Looks as though Dan Guy will take this kick in for Birmingham, the skipper. Penalised for 4 seconds there, which is disappointing from a Birmingham perspective, really sloppy.
Cook was disappointed as well because the ball's come straight to his feet.
Finney driving down the left side. It's another Birmingham kick in. Guys, the obvious set and smash option. Instead it comes through to Mummeet Jagpal. Birmingham have to try to build from halfway. Jagpal, corner.
Yeah, really good block from Woodworth, wasn't it? You could see what Jagpal was looking for. Get to that line, cut it back. Woodworth strong and made himself as big as possible. Birmingham had a lot of joy in getting into these areas, though, haven't they? Need to perhaps now do a little bit more with it once they've got these set pieces.
Jagpal's effort was blocked by Cook. Jagpal tries to skip by Barber. And again, it's another Birmingham set piece. Jagpal back for Finney. Birmingham kicking again. It's become a familiar pattern in this game.
Yeah, it has. Bolton not quite getting a clean rub with the touches, and when they're winning it, are they? Ball tending to race away. Birmingham definitely on top at the moment.
Igaza in search of Lewis Scott, just too heavy for him. Opportunity this for Bolton on the counter, and David Christin, who'd actually come outside of his area with a big save with his feet. Jagpal going down the left, Bright towards the far post. And Jagpal in the end just overruns it.
Yeah, read out room, didn't he? Two good opportunities, one either end though on the counters. It's almost that counter thing we've seen so many times.
Woodworth. Barber for Lucas. This is Cook. Woodworth again. Rafe Barber sees the ball taken away from him by Scott, and it's a Birmingham kick-in.
Yeah, I think a couple of times there now, Rafe Barber been caught in those situations, almost needs to pick his battles a little bit. Trying to go 1v1 in areas he doesn't need to. Just recycle that ball, try again.
Jagpal ahead of Bright. Now Lucas for Bolton. Bolton kicking.
Nice feet again, isn't it? So many players on this court at the moment who've got really tidy, quick feet. Make life hard for defenders. Mummy Jagpal won himself, and he was alert enough.
Play pass Whaley to Cook. Barber. Whaley trying to exchange the wall pass with Oscar Lucas. 3 minutes to the break.
Been a really, really good first half, hasn't it, so far? Two very evenly matched sides, just feeling each other out. Both had periods where they've had sustained amounts of control. This one you feel is Bolton's at the moment.
Lucas for Whaley. Back to Cook, who's pressured by Scott. That's a good ball forward, though, from Cook to find Lucas. The return ball back. Just runs over the near side touchline.
Yeah, just not quite running. Both teams, I think. Final third, not quite there. Both had good chances. Keepers have made good saves.
Jagpal's been robbed by Whaley. Jagpal back quickly, though, to win the ball back. 3v2 opportunity this for Birmingham. This is Mummy Jagpal as it's blocked, but Jagpal scores on the follow-up, and Birmingham take the lead. Mummy Jagpal, at the second time of asking, breaks the deadlock.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? First as it breaks to him, it's an important block, you feel. Maybe Cook's taking it away from Payne, who's committed, and it's rolled straight back to him. Really unfortunate for Bolton, but for Jagpal and Birmingham, it's a great time to score with 2.5 minutes left in this half.
Brilliant time for Birmingham to score. Mummy Jagpal will be delighted with that one. It's his 4th goal of the season. It's really shone through and come to the forefront of this Birmingham side this campaign. Whaley, as Bolton look for an instant reply.
Yeah, They were looking for more than that, I think. A foul on Stuart Cook in there. Didn't get it. Lewis Scott needs to be a bit careful. Couple now where he's just flown in a little bit rash.
Harper for Cook, who spins. That time it's a good challenge from Scott.
Yeah, really good challenge. He was strong, wasn't he? Cook, difficult to play with when he's got his back to goal like that.
Fired towards Lucas. Near side with Barber and Lucas again. Touched out by Jagpel. Oscar Lucas to take this set piece. It'd be a good time for Bolton to reply. Lucas, Barber. This is Stuart Cook. It's saved by Kristen. Frantic stuff there for Birmingham as they try to change the whole quartet on the Bolton kicking.
Yeah, not really thinking about how they were doing it, were they? Trying to get off at a time when they don't have possession, and he almost gave them the opportunity. Let's have another look at that Cook effort. Another good Kristen save.
Whaley. Christian tries to catch Joe Payne out, but Payne wasn't far off his line anyhow. And the pressure just comes back on the Birmingham goal. Whaley. To Stuart Cook. Such an experienced futsal player as David Christian comes and cleans out Whaley. Took everything there was to take there, David Christian.
That's a really poor challenge, isn't it, that? He's got nowhere near the ball, no effort almost to play the ball, just making sure that the game is stopped. Fortunately, Ollie Whaley's okay. Stuart Cook just making the point that referees have had various conversations with regards to these kind of challenge from goalkeepers.
Well, Bolton feel it should be a red card. It is a yellow for David Christian.
It's a really, really poor challenge.
Totally mistimed it and didn't pull out of the challenge at all. Just absolutely cleaned the Bolton player out. Would argue whether it was even necessary for the Birmingham keeper to be off his line so far.
Yeah, there was cover, wasn't there? There's a lot of coverage there. Really difficult one.
Cook, straight for goal. Christian saves. Final minute before the break. Birmingham 1 to the good. It's Bolton applying the late pressure though. Birmingham clinging on till half time. Withers looking for Hughes. Joel Hughes is in here and he's taken down by Cook. Now Birmingham feel that Hughes was in. It was a great control by Joel Hughes, and we await to see the decision of the officials. So we take a look at it again. Oscar Lucas was there, tracking Fraser Corden.
I don't think that will matter for the decision anyway. Yes, it's denying a goal-scoring opportunity. But for Stuart Cook, the goalkeeper's in the goal, he's covering it, which now means that with the ruling, that is now a yellow card. It's one he had to take with Joel Hughes bearing down on goal, and one that players will always question, but that is the law.
Stuart Cook shown the yellow card. It's just got a bit heated in the last minute or so here, and
it has, and since that challenge, isn't it? It's a needless challenge, it's a silly challenge, and it's led to tempers starting to be flared. Interesting, good position for a free kick though. Doug Reid's starting his run up in Gloucester.
It is a really good position, and Reid will strike towards goal, and Corden scuffs the follow-up effort. Corden still has it though, and skipping through, it's Corden. Very close.
Yeah, really good in the end from Rafe Barber, wasn't it? Fantastic feat again from Fraser Corden, player you obviously know very well, Isaac, but really talented young player.
Certainly a player with dynamism about his game and always looking to strive towards goal. Loves a 1v1 battle. That's Withers. On that occasion, gets the effort wrong. Barber. Lucas. Time ticking down though for Bolton. Whaley trying to pick out Lucas. For Birmingham now, it's about seeing these final 18 seconds out and going into the break with their lead intact.
Yeah, definitely they're happy, the two teams. Probably more than happy that they've still got their goalkeeper on court as well. But there's enough in this, isn't there, from Bolton that we've seen that more than enough they can get something from this. They've had lots of the ball, created lots of opportunities.
Hughes trying to make something of the last few seconds, and there is time for a shot from this kick-in.
There is, yeah, and they'll look to maybe build something from it.
Set back for Withers. Closer than his previous attempt, but still above the bar.
Worth an effort though, wasn't it?
Yeah, struck it well, Dean Withers, but just too high and above Joe Payne's crossbar, and that is half-time. It's Birmingham, who are definitely the happier of the two teams. They go into the break with a 1-goal advantage. It came courtesy of Mummeet Jagpal in the second half of that first half. Mummeet Jagpal, his goal, the difference between the two teams. Set up beautifully for the second half at half-time. Bolton 0, Birmingham WLV 1. Welcome back then. It's 1-0 to Birmingham at the break. A very closely fought first half. Birmingham just edging themselves in front courtesy of that goal from Mummeet Jagpal, but this game far from over and a great half of futsal to come, we hope. Bolton will certainly apply pressure on the Birmingham goal in the first half, and they'll continue to do so throughout the second. Birmingham will try to take a firmer grasp of it. Matt, how do you see it going in the second half?
I think more of the same. It'll be a tight game. I'd imagine Birmingham will look to keep those chances coming. Bolton will want to have more of the ball, want to isolate players 1v1 with their real threat and danger. It's a hard one to call, isn't it? It's a really, really tight game. It's still in the balance, could go either way. Birmingham obviously have that goal advantage, but it could change at any moment. Good opportunity for them here.
Yeah, Kirit Jagpal plays it back to Doug Reid. It's the same starting five that began the game for Birmingham that start the second half. Connor Woodworth with a good toe in and good challenge to place the ball out. Hughes trying to screen off the pass to Jagpal. Into the feet of Joel Hughes. Such strength in shielding that ball for Birmingham. Become a key asset for Birmingham in the last few weeks.
He has, and where he's really clever as a player is he isolates himself on somebody who's a little bit of a mismatch, as he keeps doing here with Mikey Bulmer. And that's where he has his joy, I find. Really experienced player, isn't he? And someone with a lot of ability as well.
Payne going long in search of Harper. Christian taking no chances.
Yeah, did well. Really good distribution again from Joe Payne. In a similar fashion, they're looking to try and isolate Hughes in those situations.
Interesting here, I think, just off screen, but Bolton flying their goalkeeper right from the start of the second half and using Payne to do so. Payne with a lofty pass across to Rafe Barber. Birmingham weren't alert to it, just shifting between that diamond and box formation, defending this fly Birmingham. Payne's gone to ground in the area. It's all a bit frantic.
A little bit of confusion, I think, as to what was actually given there, but it looks like it's a Bolton kick-in. Payne asking for a little bit more for that collision where you said he went to ground. Would have been a tough one for the referees to give, I think, this early in the half, but
very interesting though for Bolton, certainly trying to take control of this second half, using the fly goalkeeper and controlling the game.
Yeah, definitely, and quite interesting that they've gone from the start of the half with it. It's something we've seen them resort to in the past. Joe's a little bit unorthodox as a fly goalkeeper. He's not a natural
Hughes
player.
has nipped in here and there's a gaping net empty. It's a good block by Woodworth.
Yeah, Woodworth does really well, doesn't he? Recovers well. Yeah, just go back to it. Joe's not a natural footballer as we've seen with some of the others. A Mark Craft, a Joe Bickerstaff, quite happy to come and play. But Joe Payne is a little bit different, but what he is, he's a very experienced player, very clever player, has a brain, and he knows the positions he should be in, and he's taking up a really good position in this fly goalkeeper routine, and almost looking to make a block for that 3-in line, which Bolton are trying to execute.
Yeah, we saw that a couple of times in that specific passage of play as Kirit Jagpal's put under pressure from Mikey Bulmer. Good high court pressure that from Bolton.
Yeah, it's a staple of how this Bolton team play, isn't it? They will press high, they will press with intensity, and they will make things happen. I'd expect that to continue across this half.
Woodworth. Again, Bolton flying. It's played back for Rafe Barber. Closed down by Kirit Jagpal. That mental concentration that Birmingham need to maintain, but on the other side of the coin, Bolton as well when leaving their net empty. Birmingham hunting in backs there, and a touch off Hughes takes it out.
Yeah, Hughes done really well there. As soon as Birmingham decided to engage, Hughes was straight in. Really important touch.
Bulmer back to Woodworth. No fly at the moment for Bolton. This is Cook. Inside. It was a good setup for Mikey Bulmer. He couldn't hit the target.
Yeah, really nice set. See what Bulmer was looking for. There was the opportunity perhaps though for Woodworth on this near side. Maybe Bulmer could have looked for that pass.
Doug Rees fired the ball across. Went behind the run of Lewis Scott. Three minutes played, and for large portions of it we've seen the fly goalkeeper tactic used by Bolton, and I think as long as the scoreline remains this way, we're likely to see that continue. Lucas. Cook. Set back by Bulmer. Reed using his abundance of experience.
Yeah, well read by De Greed, wasn't it? Saw what they were trying to do. That underlap as such from Stuart Cook. Bulmer looking for the little heeled layoff.
Cook. Bolton used Payne. Comes forward to Cook. Controlled superbly. This is an opportunity. Scott's won the ball, and Birmingham looking to counter quickly. As ever, it's Jagpal going 1v1. Last touch off Meet Jagpal. But Bolton controlling things as they look to build attacks from the back, and Birmingham looking to hit them on the counter.
Yeah, really, really good from Bolton, hasn't it been since half-time? Just looking to build attacks, keep Birmingham pressed in their own half, and really driving them back towards their own goal. It's good from Jagpal and Hughes. Really good pressure.
Yeah, those two in search of the ball from Stuart Cook.
In the end, Cook's done really well to get himself out of trouble. Real experienced play. Didn't go to ground, didn't stay down. Made sure he stayed up and saw the ball out of play.
Jagpal trying to feed it through the middle of the defensive Y structure. Mikey Bulmer's after that.
So quick, Mikey Bulmer. No situations. He's always going to look for that opportunity. Happy to engage anybody 1v1.
Yeah, lightning speed, the Bolton number 17. Ball on the court, I think, is what's been penalised there by referee Georgiou, and it's kicking overturned in favour of Bolton. Christian in search of Scott. Landed well for Scott as well, but couldn't quite get it under his spell, and the ball high into the roof in the arena, so we restart with a kick in. Lucas. Barber. Lucas still. Garza was in close attendance.
Yeah, good solid defending from Alex Garza. Not got a lot of minutes in this one, but when he's been called upon, he's been reliable, hasn't he? Very experienced performer. Former Bolton player as well.
Barber. No look going down the left side that time. Scott's been robbed now by Lucas. It's Oscar Lucas. It's still there. Christian's scrambling around on the floor and manages to get 2 palms to it.
Don't know how he does it sometimes in those situations.
Three players ended up on the ground there. It's Dan Guy in battle with Stuart Cook. It's a poor pass though, and it's lofted over Joe Payne. And there's a bit of afters between Lewis Scott and Payne. But either way, Birmingham have taken a 2-goal advantage, and Mummy Jagpal has his second.
Really good finish. Let's talk about that first of all. Jagpal in quickly, seizes on the loose pass again, and it's a tidy finish, isn't it? Over the top of Joe Payne. The afters is not what we want to see. Silly from Lewis Scott going and getting involved, and equally as bad from Joe Payne. But the quality from Jagpal with the finish gives Birmingham a huge advantage in this one.
Perhaps against the run of play, but it's what Birmingham have been looking for with the counter-attacking opportunities. In the end, it was gifted to them on a plate, but a neat finish by Munmeet Jagpal. And his 2 goals have split the sides. It's going to be a yellow card for both offenders there, Lewis Scott and Joe Payne. Both booked.
What a fantastic finish that was from Jagpal though. Loose pass, seized on it, had the composure under a lot of pressure to just guide it over the top of Joe Payne. Bolton clearly unhappy with what happened afterwards, but
yeah, it was a very clever finish from Munmeet Jagpal, a very good Birmingham goal. He took the chance, and going 2 up will only infuriate this Bolton side further. Played across, and it's right there on the line, and how hasn't that gone in, I will not know. And Bright's missed the target from distance, but Birmingham riding their luck.
this is a story of Bolton's season, isn't it, in these moments, being very, very good in so many aspects of their game today, but then in these key moments, not quite finishing their chances, and the difference so far has been that Birmingham have taken theirs.
Withers with a crunching challenge.
It's a really, really poor challenge again, isn't it? Nowhere near winning the ball. Have another look at it.
You see on the replay the referee on the far side did signal Birmingham away, but there's no way that's a Birmingham foul, just a misunderstanding, and it's a yellow card for Dean Withers, as clear a caution as you can get. Jack Bell skews back to Stuart Cook, and Bolton look to fly once more. Whaley. Lucas. In search of Whaley, and again for Bolton. Just that final ball, just that final bit of quality.
Yeah.
Means they haven't scored today.
Final third, isn't it? Where they're just not quite running for them.
Birmingham work a way out, and it's Reed to Withers. Bright. Reed lays off for Withers, then goes and screens. Fraser Corden it was. Good footwork there.
Yeah, been really impressed with him in those situations. Seems to wriggle free every time in situations where he shouldn't. Great pressure from Bolton there, led by Stuart Cook.
Into the final 13 minutes of this game. Birmingham lead by 2-0. Certainly haven't had it all their own way though. Bolton will count themselves unfortunate to not be at least on the score sheet. Whaley. Bright here for Birmingham. Runs away from him. Good recovery defending. Lucas Schofield it was who tracked back well.
Yeah, recovered really well. Again, you saw another example of Fraser Corden not afraid to receive the ball with his back to Stuart Cook and wriggling away from it. Had an excellent game.
Enjoyed a lot of court time in this one as well, Fraser Corden, which I think is just reward for performances not only today but in recent weeks, as Rivers lofts one high for Chris Bright to get on his bike after.
Yeah, I agree. What's been quite a difficult season for Birmingham, he's been a bright spark, hasn't he? The emergence of him. Young players like him, Ethan Finney, really starting to get court time in this team. Both Jagpals as well. It's easy to forget that Mummy is also a very young player. They're fast becoming Birmingham's key man, though.
Yeah, it's that blend of youth and experience that Birmingham are trying to get the balance just right between. It's working well for them today. Just a trailing leg catch, Oscar Lucas there.
Not sure if it was that or whether it's just catching as he's tried to play the ball down, whether he's kicked the bottom of the foot or something like that. Always painful ones.
Neil Soldier on for sure. This is Bright. Reid against them superbly to maintain possession and winning the kick in there. His experience really shines through in this Birmingham side. Doug Reid with over 100 caps for England at the peak of his futsal career.
Yeah.
Opportunity here for Bolton as they come down the left side. It's played across. And again, Bolton just not with that final touch.
It's these situations again, isn't it? They create chance after chance and just in that final third, just don't seem to have that quality sometimes. They'll be really disappointed that they've not got something from this so far. But just going back to Doug Reid, it's in these moments when you're under pressure, I think where his quality still really shines through. The experience he has on court, the decision making, the things the way he guides and almost captains and leads the team through. He's a captain without being a captain, isn't he? And the player that he is, and has had a fantastic career, both a club career, playing all around Europe, and then, as you say, his international career.
This is Chris Bright. Lewis Scott feeds it through to Bright again. Reid inside onto his right. Well blocked by Cook. And now Cook looking to set Bolton away. Christian, that's good. Ollie Whaley with a touch and Reid sweeps up. Just taking a breather now, Doug Reid, as he's replaced by Alex Igaza.
Good opportunity this for Bolton now.
Bulmer. Horizontal for Cook. Tries to tell Jagpal. Jagpal, well won back by Cook, who's in on goal, and Stuart Cook pulls one back. Game on, it's 2-1.
Yeah, and it's the talisman, isn't it? Where the likes of Bulmer, Lucas and Rafe Barber have failed, Stuart Cook delivers. Does really well. First to win the ball back and then to tow the ball past David Christian. 2-1, 10 to go. Bolton are back in this.
Jagpal robbed of possession as he was for the Bolton goal, and they're coming down the other end looking for an equaliser straight away through Whaley. Scott's under pressure but comfortable. That one doesn't hit Big Joel Hughes.
Better from Bolton though, isn't it, that? Just settled back down again. The game had got a little bit away from them. Intensity perhaps got the better of some of these young players. Settled down. A really dynamic four on court now that I'm sure, I think that's what they're looking to do. He really test this Birmingham team. We're into the final quarter of the match, and we know that in terms of age, there's a huge gulf in the average age of these two squads. Bolton will be looking to utilise what they have, I think.
been a really good response by Bolton since falling 2 goals behind. And a 1-goal difference in a game of futsal is really nothing, because that's closed down by Joel Hughes to deny Bulmer. Whaley for Bulmer. Back to Ollie Whaley. Bolton controlling the pace of the game at the moment. Schofield tried to step over. There was Scott battling really hard to win the ball back for Birmingham. Chance here for Bolton as it's played across to Bulmer. Birmingham with bodies back behind the ball and just managed to get the danger clear, but there was a 3v1 opportunity that opened up momentarily.
Again, his decisions and his quality in that final third, isn't it? Just letting Bolton down. Scott does well.
Scott Birmingham just taking the sting out of things a little bit.
Wonder how long before Bolton start to think about the fly goalkeeper routine, which worked quite well for them at the start of the half. Perhaps with an outfield player rather than Joe Payne doing it. A little bit more quality on the ball, maybe. They've shown that they had some luck with it.
Yeah, they didn't score with that fly goalkeeper, but they certainly had positive signs that it could work in the closing stages of this game. Just tested the waters with it at the start of this second period.
And I think it set the tone for what they needed to do. They almost needed to start the half well, didn't they? By utilising the fly goalkeeper, they were able to.
Barber. Bulmer. Bulmer! There was a player coming in at the second post and it really wasn't far away.
How many times have we said that, though, about this Bolton performance again today? Too many times. It's not far away.
It's been the same old story so far for Bolton, just haven't taken their chances.
And it's been their difficulty all season. It's why they find themselves in the position they're in. Their performances certainly don't agree with their league position at times. They've run Helvecia close, Bloomsbury, Birmingham earlier in the season. Just at times don't seem to have that real killing instinct that would get them past some of these really tight moments.
Yeah, it was Birmingham who came back from a 2-goal deficit when these sides met earlier on in the season in the reverse fixture, and it's Bolton looking to do the same here as Woodworth sees his shot blocked by Withers.
And it is all Bolton now.
One-way really, traffic.
Yeah, cranking up that pressure. Keeping that ball moving, making Birmingham work really, really hard. It's good from Withers, though.
Just prodded out of play by Rafe Barber, and it gives Birmingham the first chance to really step into the Bolton half in the last couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, definitely. And a bit of a rest. They probably had 2-3 minutes of constant, intense pressure.
Igaza. Withers. No one there. Woodworth. Cook forward to Barber. Kieran Jagpal used his pace to get back in between player and ball. Reed goes to ground. Foul. We're certainly looking for it, but it's that experience again of Doug Reed that's
really, really clever. Just almost relieving that pressure, just buying a free kick, suck Woodworth into the challenge. Didn't need to be a lot of contact, did there? Reed knew what he was doing.
Important minutes you sense in this one, the next few. Jagpal's touch takes it behind for a corner. Rob Harper was after it. Birmingham fortunate it didn't fall to him.
It's a constant threat, Rob Harper. Not one of the names that sort of dances off the page when you look down this Bolton squad, but really strong performer, consistent, always dependable, always reliable. And again, it's his pressure there that leads to that breakdown.
Woodworth. That's on Harper's touch, lets him down and goes out for a Birmingham kick in. Played across to Withers. Back onto the near side with Guy. Withers. Guy returns it towards Withers, who goes down to ground. Needs to get up quickly as Kieran Jagpal shoots. And he's denied by Payne.
Again, it was almost a lucky ricochet almost, wasn't it? It bounced away and Kieran Jagpal almost on hand like his brother was earlier. Really good save by Payne in the end. Happy to cling on to it.
Simple save for Christian. Confident in the abilities of Doug Reid. Birmingham have played out well here. It's lofted across to Reid. But Bolton come down the other way now. And Stuart Cook's the man over on the right, and it's a really important slide from Reid.
Really interesting moment in the game. You've got 5 minutes left. Bolton clearly the better side in the second half, yet trailing.
Jagpal
again.
Mummy Jagpal down the left-hand side and in between his younger brother and Dean Withers. Tensions level rise here in Hartpury. Just the one goal splits the two teams. Bolton have missed a number of good opportunities in this second half. But it's Birmingham with the advantage as they call a timeout.
It's an interesting one, this, because while Iklak Hussein will want to call the timeout because he'll feel like they need to regroup, it gives Bolton almost a free opportunity to get something set. Maybe that fly goalkeeper routine we were talking about. Start to think about different things and different ways they could exploit Birmingham, and he's almost given them that opportunity himself, hasn't he? Good proportion of this game still to go, 1 goal in it. This could quite, if they don't get this right, it could quite easily work against them.
Birmingham will be keen to hold on to the 3 points here, of course, naturally, but they have a very tough test against London Helvetia next week, who we saw brush aside Bloomsbury earlier on today. 6-2 victory for them, and prior to that, Manchester with a 3-3 draw as they were pulled back by Loughborough. Been a great day of futsal action in the men's side of things today so far, and the women's yesterday.
It's been a fantastic weekend, hasn't it? I have to say, a fantastic venue that we're very fortunate to be playing from as well.
Yeah, the venue here is superb at Hartpury College, Worcester's host event. Next week, the men's action moves to Bloomsbury. .455 remain. Jagpal back to Withers. Guy with a good ball forward to Mummeet Jagpal. Oh, now the near side official had pointed for the corner, and it's Will Thompson on the far side who has gone against Peter Georgiou and given the free kick.
Interesting call, brave call. Obviously saw something that he felt Peter Georgiou couldn't see from his position. Jagpal was certainly wrong side of Lucas Schofield.
To me, it looked as though Jagpal perhaps just slightly overran the ball, but there was definite contact on it. In the end, after discussion, I think it will be a corner, and Peter Georgiou's won the argument between officials. So no Bolton foul, and it's just a corner. Bolton now with their keeper Payne stepping into the opposing half as they look to use Fly again.
Yeah, not nearly as good on this side as the court. Joe Payne finds it a little bit more awkward, almost out of position, not as comfortable playing with where he has to turn onto his right foot. Be interested to see whether they look to change that.
Yeah, it often seems to be with the keeper setting up on the opposite side to where the kicking comes from, but Bolton not using it at the moment. Still plenty of time for them. Plenty of time to go on and win the game, never mind grab the goal to draw it. Cook, twisting. Blocked by Withers. Payne. Again over on this right side. Cook across to Payne. Tries to open his body up. It's to Ollie Whaley. And against the final ball that lets Bolton down.
Just decision making in that final third again, isn't it? They're working the ball into good areas with real quality. When they get there, then just seem just shy of where they need to be.
Good long throw up the court to Guy, and it's game territory for Birmingham. Jagpal tries to return to Withers, but Bolton immediately come down the other way. Strong and aggressive from Mummeet Jagpal. Schofield replaced here by Mikey Bulmer for Bolton as they look to change things up in the final 3 minutes. Freshen things up out on court. Cook. He's the one trying to restore order and control things for this Bolton side.
Really strong defending from Birmingham.
Cook! Just testing David Christian again. As the pressure continues to be piled on the Birmingham net. Fly keeper. The corner's taken back for Bolton to set up something. Cook. Cook into Lucas, who's taken down.
Save, foul in the middle.
This is a really promising position for Bolton.
Yeah, really good position now. A real good chance for them to work something, going to use their timeout, set something up.
And immediately, as soon as that foul was given, you could see the Bolton players asking their coaching staff for the timeout so they can set something up from this set piece.
It'll be a straightforward one, won't it? You use your timeout for the free kick, see what you can get set. They need to try and move that wall. It's a very tight space from the position of the free kick. But it's as good an opportunity as they've had to get back on level terms, and you have to feel that they will feel if they can get back on level terms, they can go on and win this game.
Yeah, an equaliser would certainly give them the momentum. And it will become nervy for Birmingham. Wins in this FA National Futsal Series Tier 1 haven't been at a premium for them. It'd be a huge 3 points if they can hold on. Huge test from this set piece. What have Bolton got in the locker? Stuart Cook, the man controlling it, the instigator of this, the decision maker.
They've got two players very close together, Bulmer and Whaley.
It's a two-man Birmingham wall. Cook steps up and it's blocked on the line by Scott. How important could that turn out to be?
A really important block. Lewis Scott didn't move with the movement as both players split who he was almost marking. He stood firm.
Corden, Birmingham may be away. Corden, driving towards goal, it's Corden, and that's a big save from Payne. Really athletic Futsal save, and Corden's denied.
You have to feel we've just seen two massive moments, not just in this game, but in this season.
Reid, onto his left, and that's straight at Payne, who's going to try from range, and it's struck the roof.
Yeah, a little bit more composure needed, perhaps. Joe Payne's eyes lit up, saw the gap. Just maybe want to keep that ball in that situation. They've worked so hard to get themselves into this position, and then when you do win it back in like that, don't want to give it away too quickly.
Great from Scott to find Reid. Reid in search of Corden, Birmingham kicking.
As we've said previously in the day, the scrappier this one becomes, the more it suits Birmingham as they lead the game. 2.5 minutes left. They'll be hoping that he just teeters out a few seconds at a time.
Then he takes it short for Scott, who goes on and looks for Corden.
Real
Chance for Bolton to build from the back.
Real trust in Corden and Finney here. Key moment in not just the game but their season. Trusting two young players on. Okay, Lewis Scott and Doug Reid counteract that with their experience, but there's a real trust being shown in them.
Corden, and it's the two youngsters attacking here for Birmingham. Corden dispossessed though by Bulmer. Fired back at Bulmer by Cook. It was just too heavy a pass. Whaley. Cook into the final 2 minutes. Birmingham will give it everything to see this game out. Likewise, Bolton as they go in search of an equaliser. Whaley. Cook. Cook as it breaks through for Stuart Cook. It's wide of the near post. And what a chance that was.
Yeah, really good opportunity. Great feed from Cook. Working the chance for himself as we take another look at it. Again, David Christian probably just did enough, didn't he? Kept himself nice and big.
Came out quickly, David Christian, to close down the options for Cook. .110 to play. Doug Reid in search of Finney, who's after it. Finney just couldn't quite cut across it. Birmingham to reset, and Bolton will only come again. Payne, long in search of Whaley. It's beaten Reid. Whaley heads it down, but in the end it falls kindly for Birmingham's Doug Reid. Given away though, and Birmingham need to get back. Into the final minute as Cook's fouled. And you'd think that they might set up fly here, Bolton.
They've been looking for it, haven't they? It was a call from the bench a short while ago.
Yellow card in there as well for Fraser Corden for that latest offence.
He won't be bothered about that if they see this game out.
Flykeeper for Bolton as they go in search of what could be a precious point. Bulmer to Payne, steps into the opposition half. It's a good ball across, but Christian manages to take it behind.
Really good save, isn't it, that? Good pressure from Birmingham on the halfway line initially. Bolton played out of that. Excellent ball down the line from Payne, and Christian was alert.
and more than a match for Rafe Barber's strike.
This 38 seconds will feel like a lifetime for Birmingham. As it's played across, that's a great ball to Cook. And it's still scrambling around, and it's Fraser Corden who toes it away. But there's a couple of chances left in this for Bolton. Cook. Barber, 20 seconds. Back to Cook. Corden perfectly positioned once more. Barber, closed down by Corden.
We're into last chance saloon, aren't we here?
15 seconds. Stuart Cook. Played across to Payne!
What
And Joe
a
Payne
finish
scores for Bolton!
to this game.
And celebrates in front of the Birmingham bench. And the fly-keeper tactic works a treat. It's 2-2.
What an ending. We've seen it already today. What a finish from Joe Payne. It's interesting, a short while before there was a call from the bench that Joe Payne may be the one who got that finish. And there he was at that back post, quite happy to tow it home. He doesn't score many, but he took that one really well.
Birmingham going to risk this now. 6 seconds left and Christian's looking to fly. This will feel like a defeat if it is a draw. I mentioned earlier, back in October, Bolton led by 2-0 in the reverse fixture and Birmingham came back to earn a point. At the moment, it's been the exact opposite way round. Finney long in search of Scott. Time's running out and Payne might shoot. 1 second. Is that a foul? Christian with a late lunge and he's already been booked. It's the end of the game. The buzzer's gone. Payne's still on the deck. A frantic ending. And the final score's 2-2, but you feel the action not quite over yet as things start to bubble over a little bit. Referee's just trying to calm the situation down. David Christian's certainly not happy with something. He was already booked in the first half, remember. Difficult to mull over exactly what's gone on in amongst all of that, but tension's just boiling over at the end.
Yeah, and a couple of really silly moments as well.
Ugly scenes at the end of the game, but you have to say full credit to Bolton, fighting their way back into it. They never gave up. They played with real quality, and it was a fantastic finish from Joe Payne right at the death to snatch a point for them. As you said, it will feel like a defeat for Birmingham.
Yeah, Bolton on the other hand, they'll be delighted. They come back to earn a hard 4 points, and this one finishes in game 3. What a game it was at Hartbury College. It's Bolton 2, Birmingham WLV 2. Very warm welcome back then to Hartbury College For Worcester's game at their host event, Worcester taking on Kent United as the two sets of players make their way out onto the court with the young mascots for Worcester as well. 3 great games of futsal have gone before us, and this one will hopefully bring a similar level of quality and excitement. Worcester, their starting lineup: Dylan Melpaz is in goal, Andrew Lanham, Jack Tyson, Sam Kerwin the captain, and Pete Valance. And then the rest of the Worcester squad is Mo Abdullah, Alexander Hainault, Jack Morgan, Ollie Desborough, Lewis Morrissey, Sean Bryant and Josh McGrory. They're coached by Alex Cheel and Paul McHugh. For Kent United, they're without a recognised coach today, so we'll have to sort themselves out in terms of that. Their starting 5 is Daniel Paul, who's also the captain, Aaron Reid, who is back after overseeing his wife give birth to a newborn 2 weeks ago. He missed out against Birmingham. Joseph Perez, Egid Adin and Denis Kotchev. The Kent subs are Ashvin Lahon, Michael Bayona, Trevor Biney, Emmanuel Osilaja, Kieran Towner and Najim Oriola. But importantly for Kent, there's no Harry Sikiwai, who's been really impressive in what's been a tough season for Kent. So you feel that could be a real loss for Kent today.
Yeah, real bright spark, hasn't he, for them across the course of the season. Him and Daniel Paul, the goalkeeper and captain, have been probably their 2 standout performers consistently. To not have Sikwai here today is a huge loss, but they've got a few new faces. Just looking at the 2 sides now, they will be confident after a real good performance last time out. They'll be hoping that they can build on that and try and upset this crowd here that are here roaring on Worcester.
Yeah, Kent are rock bottom of the Tier 1 table. They've been beaten by all the competition this relentless league has to offer, but they were much improved 2 weeks ago and displayed a significantly better performance in what was their closest game yet. Did lose 5-4 to Birmingham, but many positive signs for them in amongst that one. Denis Kotchev, one of those relatively new faces in the Kent United squad. He was impressive 2 weeks ago, so maybe he can spark something for Kent today. Last meeting between the sides was an 8-1 victory for Worcester back in October, and Worcester, of course, the favourites going into this one, but they have a job to do, and they have the crowd behind them here as well. Underway, and immediately they're looking to start at lightning quick pace with a quick diagonal through.
It's a move we've seen used across the course of the day, isn't it? When teams go and try and press high, that room in behind that opposite winger. That's what Worcester were looking for straight away. Really clever pass from Sam Kerwin.
Reid. Kotchev. It's gone back to Paul, and it can't go back to Paul. Having already had possession in his own half of the court, Daniel Paul, and that's a needless one to give away for Kent. And good opportunity for Worcester.
Yeah, and give Worcester some credit, maybe forcing the good early error. Really good pressing defence. They'll be wanting to start this game as brightly as possible. A couple of disappointing results in their last couple of games, haven't they? After really impressing this season, massive improvement on what we've seen before. But the last few games, Worcester haven't quite been at the races, let's say.
Yeah, they've lost the last 2 games, Worcester, after much improved overall campaign. Lost 4-1 to Bolton last time out and 16-5 to Helvetia prior to that. But they'll be hoping for the 3 points today, that's for sure. Indirect kick, runs through, and Valance is denied by the keeper.
Well worked one. You see what they were trying to do, almost bypass that wall.
Valance for Kerwin! Inside the first minute. Kent fall behind and Worcester lead. It's Sam Kerwin.
And it's Sam Kerwin at his very, very best, isn't it? Always dangerous in those situations. As the ball comes back to him from Pete Vallard's back heel, it's a solid strike high into the roof of Daniel Paul's net, and the goalkeeper had no chance. Great start for Worcester.
Brilliant start for this Worcester side. It's Sam Kerwin's 8th goal of the season. Averaging a goal a game, he's such a threat for this Worcester team. And immediately right from the off, Kent have issues to deal with again. Kocher's been robbed, and this is another opportunity for Worcester. It's a big save by Daniel Paul. Huge save to bail Kocher out. Aaron Reid down the other end though for Kent. Reid, big stop by Melpas. Superb save.
Big saves at either end. Paul first to deny Tyson, and then as Aaron Reid came through on that counter. It's a really strong stop from Dylan Melpas. Textbook split save.
Top class shot stopper Dylan Melpas. Called into action early on. It was a really good opportunity for Aaron Reid back amongst the Kent team today. Made the run down the right side, was fed the ball perfectly. Didn't do much wrong really. Aimed across the keeper towards the far post, but it's a superb save from Melpas. Kent free kick. First foul of the game. Goes against Worcester.
Just have another look at that save from Paul, and then really clever clearance as well. And then from that counter, straight away Kent were in at the opposite end.
This huge shot there by Kocher, and Worcester looking to go down the other end immediately.
Have another look at that Reid chance.
Opportunity this for Worcester, but again Dylan Melpas out of his net so quickly to clear any danger.
Yeah, really experienced keeper, using every ounce of that experience there, Melpas, just to snuff out the danger.
Kocher. Kocher with the kick in back to Reid. Paul with the pass behind Aaron Reid, and it's an unforced Kent error.
It's 2 or 3, isn't it, early on from them? They turned over a kick in, ball back to the goalkeeper, and then that one as well. I need to sharpen up with those moments.
Great 1v1 play over on the right side, and it's Andrew Lanham. But good defending in the end by Egid Adin, who got back. Adin looking to go more direct. And that time it's Kent on the wrong side of the decision. It's a foul against Perez. Perez has it back though for Kent now. Kocher across to the left side. Reid. Kocher miscued.
Yeah, nice idea with what he was trying to do, but not quite the execution.
Kent kicking on the near side.
Yeah, really good, solid defending from Reid there. Tyson looking to just secure that ball, and Reid was in quickly.
Ball horizontal to Reid, who's looking to go long and more direct, but in doing so only invites more pressure back the other way. Lively opening though, and Kent have responded reasonably well after falling behind in the first minute.
They have, yeah. I think they'll be pleased with their response to it. Few unforced errors causing themselves problems, but it's been a good response to it. Could quite easily have been 2 goals behind, but for that big save from Daniel Paul.
Melpas. Worcester still set up in the fly formation, and half a chance for Kent as Joseph Perez nipped in. And Reid fouls Lanham.
Yeah, painful one for Lanham as well. Just a little bit too much force there from Reid going in. Few fouls very early on in this one.
Yeah, 3rd foul of the game. Kerwin for Valence. Valence turns and back towards Kerwin, and a superb defensive challenge by Reid. Great recovery.
He's a key player. One of the more experienced players in this Kent squad. Big presence also.
Corner for Worcester. They set up the 3 in the line, and it goes to Lanham, and it's back to Kerwin. And so beautifully worked, and very nearly came off that for Worcester.
Yeah, really well worked set piece again, wasn't it?
Lanham tries to skip by Reed. Valance has it back for Worcester. And it's forward to Lanham. And Paul pounces and wins the ball.
Yeah, good, brave goalkeeper from Daniel Paul.
Towner. Up it goes and the ball backwards. Aimed towards Aaron Reed. Worcester coming forward again. That's really nice play from Valance. It's him and Lanham linking up once more, as Lanham now just takes a breather and is replaced by Desborough.
Real high tempo for this one so far. Worcester starting like a house on fire and really trying to keep that tempo as high.
Cohen leaves it, and the shot just evades Daniel Paul's right post. Towner. Adin. Intercepted by Desborough, but he couldn't prevent the ball from going out. Paul. Valance. Free kick goes Worcester's way.
Yeah, just another one where Reed's got maybe a little bit carried away. A little bit too much force in the challenge. Very late as well. And they're the needless ones, aren't they? The ones you don't need to make. You don't need to have this situation where the referee's having to speak to you.
Yeah, talking to for Aaron Reed, a key player for Kent, just being notified to the fact that is his second foul of the game so far, and still in the early stages. Kerwin. Valance. Back and makes use of Malpaz. Kerwin in search of Valance, but it runs through to the Kent keeper. Rolled out to Osilaja. Controlled well as Kent gained ground on this Worcester defence, and also another save from Dylan Malpaz. It was the shot from Towner, and well saved.
Yeah, it's a really good effort. Just opened up for a split second, and Malpaz would have been unsighted. Really good save. Kent certainly asking questions. They're not going away, are they?
More than holding their own at the moment, despite being on the wrong side of the scoreline as they come close there. Worcester looking to go down the other end quickly, though. Kent need to switch on and regain defensive structure. Well won back, Kerwin robbed. Good defending, though, from Pete Valance, who came round on the cover really quickly. Desborough for Valance. Worcester not overly happy with things as they hand in the timeout request card in front of us.
Yeah, early one.
Probably a mark of how Kent have responded since going one behind. More than comfortable, happy to engage Worcester, happy to press, keeping the tempo, happy to play at the tempo Worcester wanted to set. Also,
Reed, nice layback for Towner. Towner crowded out. Kent keeps safe possession though. Osilaja. Across to Reed. Worcester happy for Kent to have the ball in those sorts of areas as Kerwin gets a good toe in and Desborough lays back for Melpas. Elijah, the sting's just taken out of things a little bit. Wants to look to come back down the other way. Tyson across to Kerwin. Tyson. Desborough. Desborough taken away from him. Kent with an opportunity on the counter, but it's blocked well by Sam Kerwin, the captain. Good ball forward to Kerwin. This is a chance, and it's saved by Paul. Runs out for a Worcester kick in, and they will now have their timeout.
It's a really good piece of quality, isn't it, from Alex Hainault there. Just finding that diagonal ball. Here we have another look at it. Kerwin alert, sees the space. It's a really good stop from Daniel Paul. So dependable as always for Kent.
Ollie Desborough enjoying a few good minutes out there for Worcester. It recently became the club's youngest ever scorer when he broke the record at just 16 years old. Another one of the great young talents that this league is producing and bringing through. Really are the future of the game.
Yeah, we saw a number in the last one, didn't we? And Ollie Desborough also somebody I know Worcester are very, very proud of. They have a number of players who have come through the system of what they've done. None less than Sam Kerwin, their captain.
Players back out onto court and it's a Worcester kick-in. Hainault. Just a collision there between Lanham and Osilaja. And with Lanham on the deck.
Yeah, just tangle of ankles, I think, more than anything. Sore one. I think he'll be okay.
Reed wants to clean that one up. Desborough skips by, good footwork, and wins the kick-in.
Yeah, unfortunate. Really good initially. And then he sort of checked back, didn't he, Ollie Desborough, and he's given Kent the chance to get back in and win that ball.
Yeah, Kieran Tanner it was who made the recovery. But I think despite being behind, Kent will be relatively pleased with how things have gone so far and the response that they gave to falling behind in the first minute.
They're working really, really hard. You can see that. Some genuine improvements week by week.
Massive battle for the ball there. It's like a rugby scrum and Kent come out on top.
Yeah, really, really scrappy one so far, isn't it? That one moment of quality from Sam Kerwin separates the two sides. And then from there, it's been a bit of a fight, a bit of a battle.
Keeper can't be used here, so increases the pressure on the Kent defence. Set back for Kerwin. Lanham down the right and it's squeezed in. The Kent keeper won't want to see that one again, but Worcester double their lead. Andrew Lanham with the goal.
And again, it's a moment of quality, isn't it? Lovely ball out to him from Kerwin, but this first touch was exceptional, and then the shot was just too fierce for Daniel Paul. Too much power, and he couldn't hold it. And Worcester have a 2-goal advantage.
They just stepped up the pressure on Kent as they sensed the chance to go and win the ball back high up the court. Daniel Paul, the keeper, couldn't be used in possession again, having already had the ball, and Sam Kerwin read the situation perfectly. Malpaz out quickly, cleans up. Great tackle from Lanham. Still a scrappy contest out there, isn't it?
Yeah, really scrappy. Again, like we said, two real moments of quality is what separates the two sides. The rest of it, it's not been the quality that we've seen in other games today, while being quite entertaining because it's end to end.
Kerwin back for Valence as Worcester set up flight. Malpaz. Kerwin into Malpaz. Denied by the opposite keeper. And there's a chance here for Kent on the counter. Net's empty, but Valence is back and it's over the bar anyway. And that was the effort from halfway, but Valence was positioned well anyway. And Valence down the other end, just drags one wide.
It's too simple, isn't it? That for Worcester. Kent will be disappointed. Really easy ball into Jack Tyson's feet and then just laying it off.
Reed. Pressured by Tyson. Reed escapes that pressure though. Again, it's a scrappy battle for the ball.
We've seen a number, haven't we? It's been 12 minutes of that kind of game, really, at the moment, where a few scraps.
It's Kent kicking. Chauvelet's back for Reed. Aiden loses out to Jack Morgan, and the tug of the shirt is spotted by James Jarrod. The match official over on the far side.
Another good chance for Loughborough to look to set something up straight away, bringing Dylan Malpass out into this fly goalkeeper formation.
It's 4 fouls that as well against Kent, with a good chunk of this first half still left to be played out. Malpass, Valence has the fix. Valence stepping forward, and Valence shoots, and the net here is empty. Instead, Adin tried to go 1v1 though.
Yeah, a little bit naive. They just have to get them shots in on goal, don't they?
It's an opportunity that they certainly don't want to turn down with the net empty, but Adin just seems to have his head down. Malpass now over on the right side. Here he is in possession. Kerwin. Too high, one over side now for Worcester. Malpass is more than capable of playing out, and what a goal that is! It has crossed the line. A brilliant strike from Pete Valence. One for the highlights reel for sure. It's 3-0.
Kent far too deep, dropped really, really deep, almost behind the 10-metre spot, and it allowed Pete Valence the room to get that shot away, and he didn't need a second invitation. Fierce strike. Daniel Paul, no chance.
Brilliant strike from Valence. Bounced down off the crossbar and the right side of the line from a Worcester point of view. As you say though, Matt, for Kent just dropping far too deep and invited the shot from Valence. He took the opportunity.
Definitely,
and he executed it perfectly.
It shows that importance, doesn't it, of engaging nice and high in those situations. Don't almost let too much pressure build up on you. The higher you do, the more you can the higher you can engage, the more you can force mistakes in that fly goalkeeper routine. If you allow them too much freedom, they'll play all day. Worcester are well drilled in it as well.
Kerwin, nice flick. Finds the latest score of Valence. Hainault to Valence again. Looking for Desborough. Two straight. Hainault goes down the line, and that's going to be a caution. And it is the 5th foul as well against Kent with still 6 minutes to play. Michael Bayana cautioned. 5 fouls now an issue that Kent have to contend with as well.
Yeah, really tough situation to be in. 3-0 down, 5 fouls conceded. It's a situation they've been used to, isn't it, this season? Piling the pressure on themselves, despite so much good work and so much improvement.
Opens up for Melpaz and deflected wide. Kochev just turned his back, but did enough.
Got lucky because he was very, very deep, and it has allowed Melpas the room to shoot.
Valence with a strike that time. Hainault. Malpass. This time better closed down. Valence happy to use the space deeper in court, and Hainault on a different page to Malpass.
Yeah, I don't think Malpass could have it back, could he? He knew that. Happy to let the ball roll out.
Reid across to Denis Kochev. Reid again well taken down and fired against the roof. Kent kicking.
It's in a good area for them as well. Too many times in these sorts of situations, they're still a little bit naive and rushing things. Perhaps they just need to be a little bit more composed. Can they set something up from there? Too often that happens where they just turn the ball over relatively easily.
Desborough! Denied by Paul. Kicking overturned as Worcester make a double change there with Lanham back onto court. Set back for Reid. It's a mistake there by Denis Kochev. Unforced, no pressure on the ball.
Okay, you see Malpass on this right-hand side now. I think he may be the target. They'll look to work him some space.
Morrissey's taken on what was Valence's role as the fix in the fly formation.
And you'll see the difference when Malpass is on the left compared to when he's on the right. On this side, he'll look to recycle, maybe go in and look to play. Whereas when he's on that right-hand side, he becomes a weapon because he's got such a fierce strike with that right foot as well that he can open out.
Down the line from Melpaz and cut back across. Still there for Melpaz, who toes it to Kerwin. Can't get the decision. Aiden. With Joseph Perez. Scored 2 last time out for Kent. Perez in the defeat against Birmingham. We should take a look at the last Worcester chance. Another save to add to the tally for Daniel Paul.
He's made a number already, hasn't he? Will be disappointed with at least one of the goals that he conceded. The one from Lanham, but had no chance with the other two. And as seems to have been the case all season for Daniel Paul, he makes a number of saves and ends up on that losing side. Very impressive performance again.
Wants to regain possession through Malpaz and just resets long for Paul. 54 goals conceded in just 7 games for Kent, but as you mentioned, that stat is extremely harsh on their impressive keeper, Paul.
It's really interesting, isn't it, the quality of goalkeeping in this league. We've seen across the board a real high standard, and no less so in this game. Malpass, one of the best in the country. Paul consistently performing.
Corner comes back to Kerwin again. They work the 3 in a line. It's played across and tried to execute the set piece routine, and Tyson's denied. It's the second time that's nearly paid off for them. It's the exact same move with the player starting on the near post and just moving into the corner position. The taker then letting the ball run through with the 3 in the line and going for the return pass back. Very clever.
Yeah, really nice routines and well worked. Worcester, we know, working incredibly hard.
Perez forced wide. Appealing for a free kick, but it's not forthcoming. Serves as a reminder to Kent that they are the team on 5 fouls. Yeah, they can't afford to concede any more this half.
Good challenge from Towner.
Paul's bowl out that time was just slightly too heavy, and indeed it does run out of play on the far side. Final 2 before the break. Oh, pass. Poor execution that time.
Yeah, immediately apologised to his teammates. Expect better from him, don't you? A lot of quality in possession. Disappointing turnover of possession.
Biney just trapping the ball between 6 legs there. And Pete Valance in the end resets things for Worcester.
Not quite sure how he's kept hold of that ball there, but he did well. Very nearly wriggled free and got into a good opportunity.
Perez plays back to Towner and across to Paul. Perez under pressure. High court pressure from Worcester. And it's back. And there's the 4th. A brilliant finish from Sam Kerwin. And the captain for Worcester has his 2nd goal.
Cannot give him chances there. He will punish you. He's shown time and time again against teams up and down the country. Sam Kerwin delivers in these key moments. That's a really important goal for Worcester. You have to feel now that they're out of sight just before half-time.
Yeah, Worcester further extending their advantage before the break, and Cohen sensing a hat-trick there as he tried to intercept that.
It's real predatory instincts, doesn't he? He sniffed out that other opportunity there really quickly.
Played across to Oriola. Biney. Kent looking for something before the break. They have a free kick.
And let's see now whether they have anything other than just a strike at goal. Is there anything they can work from here? It's a big Worcester wall, isn't it? Perhaps need to try and move that wall, try and work something. Malpass organising his defence.
Yeah, certainly shouldn't be static. Said it is just a shot though. And Malpass will take that.
In those situations, I'd be looking, can we get a fake runner? Maybe a fake shot, something just to try and work their way around it. Making it oh so easy for Worcester to defend against.
Paul's big diagonal. Well controlled. And played back, but just having gone out of play.
Yeah, really good first touch.
Closing moments before the break. A very positive first half though for Worcester. Haven't endured the same struggles that Birmingham did 2 weeks ago against this Kent side.
No, and I think it's a marked case of how much they've improved. They've been really good this season, and then today they've bounced back well from a couple of disappointing games to put a really positive performance in this first half again. They're in control of this one, and they'll be hoping that the second half is more of the same.
You won't want to miss it. Worcester 4 to the good at the break. Second half is coming up shortly. Welcome back then for the second half, the last half of futsal action of this weekend's games at Hartbury College in Gloucestershire. Worcester's host event, and it's Worcester who are the happiest team at the moment, 4 to the good at half time. It was a really positive first half for them.
Yeah, really positive, and nature of how the games have gone today could be a really big result for them as well. We saw a much improved Kent run Birmingham close, didn't we, last time out?
Kent with an opportunity here though through Kotchev, and Kotchev on the follow-up. It's a double save by Malpas.
Really, really big saves from Dylan Malpas. But yeah, for Worcester, if they can maintain this now, continue to build on it, really good opportunity to get a real solid 3 points on the board. They're in a position they could still push on towards that top 4 in those playoffs.
Certainly still all to play for.
With the nature of how the relegation playoff will work as well, they need to push on and keep moving towards that sort of 18-point mark, which would almost, the way that the league will work, that safety as such.
Corner for Kent. Kotchev, Reed. Lofted forward and off the head of Perez and behind. It's been a much better first minute to the second half though for Kent than it was the first. They found themselves one down in the opening minute, and it was a difficult task from there. Did respond relatively well, but a late flurry of goals for Worcester saw them go in 4 at half time. Paul. Malpas looking to start the counter quickly as Kerwin plays it across to Tyson. Denied. Kotchev. Malpas manages to hold.
Really smart start from Daniel Paul again just before that. Led to that almost counter. And Kotchev was in, and as we saw earlier in the half, Dylan Malpas more than a match for him.
Valance with the kick for Worcester. Scored a stunner in the first half, Pete Valance. Bounced in off the uprights of the goal, just over the right side of the line. Unsavable. Kotchev, that's really loose. And the shot there makes it 5. Wonderful finish. And Hainault scores, adds his name to the score sheet.
What a strike that is. It was a loose pass, wasn't it? Andrew Lanham applied the pressure, and as it breaks free, Alex Hainault just unleashes a rocket. Keeper has no chance. Fierce strike, and another really good Worcester goal.
Smashed past Daniel Paul. Alex Hainault will be delighted with that one. Kerwin on a hat-trick, remember, after that brace in the first half.
Really nice little short parallel from Ollie Desborough there, looking for the return ball, and Kerwin just couldn't quite get it out of his feet. This is really good from Worcester though, isn't it?
Strong challenge by the latest Worcester scorer, Hainault. Just opened up momentarily that there though for Kent as they managed to split through the Worcester defence down the left. Those sorts of successes have been at a premium, and Kerwin's in here for his hat-trick. It's Sam Kerwin, but a great defensive challenge by Reed. Got back really quickly.
Yeah, Kerwin just took a little bit too long, didn't he, over that? A little bit too much time to think about it, maybe. It gave Reed that chance to get back in.
Worcester are set up in fly again. Comes back to Malpass. Valence. That time it's over the bar.
And though, and again, we've seen what Pete Valence can offer in those shooting situations there. Another good opportunity. Kent not really learning in this fly goalkeeper and allowing the space in these wide areas.
Yeah, it's caused them many issues, the fly keeper tactic that Worcester have used so well. Strong challenge, and the ball's still there in the area as Kent look to add a goal to the score sheet. Reed. Lahon is challenged well by Kerwin. Reed. Blocked that time by Pete Valence. Adin high and over the crossbar. Kerwin with a great ball to pick out Desborough. Lovely first touch as well, and Desborough scores, squeezes it past Paul. And Desborough on the score sheet again for Worcester. It's 6.
So another fantastic finish. But let's just talk about the quality of that pass from Sam Kerwin. He spots that Ollie Desborough's in behind the opposite winger. And it's something that Egid Adin's been caught out with a couple of times. But as soon as he drops to Desborough, it's a fantastic first shot, first touch, a really fierce low shot, and Daniel Paul not able to get enough on it. Worcester running away with this now. It will go a long way to repairing damage that's been done by those two recent defeats.
Certainly will, and we'll give Worcester confidence going into the tough test next week against a very strong Loughborough outfit. Chance for Kent as Lahon fails to hit the target though.
Something else, that goal that Kent need to be aware of in those situations. So this covering winger on the opposite side of the court to the ball just needs to almost be goal side of that passing line. Too many times they're getting caught sort of away, and the pass being in behind them and almost too high, and they're not seeing where their marker's going.
Desborough still there for Lannan, maybe. Good battle in the centre of the court as it will become scrappy again. No foul. Game goes on. Strong challenge, a good one. Reed. Straight to Desborough, who might shoot and does. Paul just about managed to get back.
It's good from Desborough though, isn't it? Instinctive, looking up, ready to have that shot.
Malpass. Hainault. Desborough, the latest and one of 5 Worcester scorers so far today. Here's another in Hainault. Tyson, no pressure, into Desborough. Tyson tries to just shield the ball. And it will be a Worcester kicking. Desborough short to Jack Tyson. Tyson from range. Parried by Paul. Actually started a potential attack the other way though. Aaron Reid just overruns it.
I'd almost forgot about Jack Tyson for a moment. Worcester scored 6 and you'd normally expect him to be on the score sheet. Not really been that involved today, has he?
Yeah, he's had a quiet game, but Worcester's quality throughout the rest of the squad has shone through, and they're comfortably in the lead and in control of this contest. Morrissey. Malpaz. Keeper's ball.
And changed the decision to the corner. I think referee number 1, Peter Giorgio, just overruled his counterpart. Perhaps a little bit closer to the play to see the touch.
Yeah, certainly wasn't obvious at first sight, but referee well positioned and the corner's being given. Kerwin. Oriola for Reed. Ball forward to Najim Oriola. Kicking was taken sharply, but it set Worcester up for a counter, and this is another goal and the hat-trick complete for Kerwin. Wasn't going to miss from there, and Sam Kerwin completes his hat-trick today.
Yeah, really good strike.
Once he gets into these situations, he is very, very clinical. But again, Kent architects of their own downfall, not taking their time over their kicking, giving the ball away. And from there, Worcester very, very clinical.
Totally out of sight now of Kent. Things continue to get difficult for them. Rooted rock bottom of the table. No goals here today, 7 conceded. There's still plenty of time left in this one as well, with just over 13 minutes left to go. Worcester will be looking to keep their clean sheet intact, I'm sure.
Clean sheet will do them the world of good, like we said. A couple of really tough defeats, especially that heavy one to Bloomsbury just before Christmas. This will go a long way to repairing that damage. We know goals could be so important.
Morrissey. Kerwin, who does now have his hat-trick. Malpaz looking more direct for Tyson. Kent up over halfway. Dropped short by the Worcester keeper to Morrissey. Still Kent though, just practicing this defensive structure that they've been working on so much and trying to get to grips with ahead of the next game.
That's it, that's all they can do now, isn't it? It's game's out of sight. So continuing to learn, improve, almost treat the rest of this game like a training session. The final quarter of the game almost. Good game practice. They'll be disappointed after showing so many signs of good improvements not to be closer to Worcester in this one. And Worcester really are running riot, really enjoying themselves now.
Yeah, it was Josh McGrory freshly on for Worcester with the ball towards the second post. The fixtures don't get any easier for Kent. They'll play Manchester next week.
I'm sure Manchester will be firing after what happened to them earlier today.
Yeah.
Doesn't bode well for Kent, does it?
Certainly not. If you didn't see, Manchester 3 goals to the good, and Loughborough came back to earn a point.
It's really good from Sam Kerwin, the other side of his game there. As that covering winger, really pressing high, pressing hard, and in those 1v1s, not giving an inch.
Paul, chested down by Oriola. And the last touch is off Najim Oriola and goes out for a Worcester ball. Malpaz shoots! He wasn't too far away. Must have thought that was a corner.
I think Kent did as well.
Really good save from Daniel Paul. No referee saw it, so we'll play from the keepers. keeper's throw.
Again, good pressure from Kerwin.
Yeah, great pressure as Worcester go hunting.
Yeah,
Working really hard for his team. That's one thing I have been impressed with Worcester today is Kent not being at the races, but Worcester have been very, very good.
Valance opens up for him. Free shot, and it's put in at the back post by Tyson.
He gets his goal now. Yeah, really good from Worcester again, and Valance saw it nice and early. Kent not alert defensively. Tyson with an easy touch, just had to get something on it.
Yeah, that lane to the far stick was just completely open for Worcester, and Pete Valance took full advantage, firing the ball across. Tyson was on hand to turn home. Malpass. Hainault for Lanham. Hainault is the fix. Lanham. Valance. That one was definitely saved by Paul. It goes behind for a corner. Malpass. Exchanging passes with Mo Abdullah, the number 4 for Worcester.
Yeah, Worcester really getting minutes into players in their squad who perhaps haven't played that much this season now. Mo Abdullah been around this club for a long, long time. Good opportunity to get him NFS1 minutes. Something he'll be very proud of.
Lanham. Silky footwork inside and now down the left. Been called back for a shirt pull, I think.
Yeah, either a shirt pull or a block, an illegal block from Pete Valance, one or the other.
Yeah, it is going to be a yellow card as well for Pete Valance, shown by referee Georgiou.
That's something we spoke about earlier today, isn't it? That fine line with the screen in those situations. Make sure as the attacker, he's fine to do it. That almost basketball-like screen to allow that space for your teammate. But let's make sure you don't cause contact while you're making it.
Hainault bundled down. Good position for Worcester. Worcester then seeking more goals. They've already scored 8. They're looking to make it 9 with exactly 9 left on the clock.
It's a good area. They can work something from this. To feel maybe is there something they can lay in? We've already seen Alex Hainault's got a bit of a hammer. He certainly looks like he's in a good position for it.
It's back and to Valance. Just crowded out eventually.
It's almost dancing feet from Andrew Lanham, wasn't there?
Abdullah sets back to the Hainault. Malpass shoots. High and wide. Kent looking to get a goal of their own. There's a push right outside the penalty area.
Harsh one maybe, but perhaps enough. Certainly enough to take him off balance. And now Kent have a good opportunity. Here again, maybe it's time for them just to, can they take their time? Can they set something? What they're going to be able to do from this?
Set back, and a good save by Malpass to deny Aydin.
It's
better from Kent, though, isn't it, in those situations? Too many times we've seen them rush what they're doing, not really thinking about it. They seem to take a little bit more time, have a little bit more composure over it.
Reed. Adin. Reed pressured by Abdullah. Adin on the near side. Towner. Reed, Abdullah puts the ball at his feet after a kind break. Nice pass from Lainel. Take a look at that. Kent set piece it was. Better worked. Good save though by Malpaz. Protects his clean sheet.
Yeah, and I think he'll be wanting that for the rest of this game, if he can. Real good opportunity.
Desborough. Clumsy one. It's fouled by Emmanuel Osilaja.
Frustrated challenge, wasn't it, that? Frustrated, clumsily, ill-timed one. And the foul count's starting to creep up now. 7.5 minutes left on this clock.
Yeah, Osilaja, the third player to be booked in this one. He's replaced to collect his thoughts and be ready to return to action. Kent now on 3 fouls. Malpaz lets it run, it's nice. Long in search of Desborough, touches it for Tyson. Those two linking up once more, and it's played back in search of Kerwin.
Really unfortunate, wasn't it? Nice little play, lovely ball down the line from Desborough. You could see straight away what Tyson was looking for. Kerwin lurking, but pass wasn't quite there.
Paul. Reed trying to attack down the right side. It's given away though, and another opportunity for Worcester on the counter. It's played across towards Desborough. Coming together was the keeper, Paul. Adin. Opportunity this for Kent as Biney feels he was fouled. Has to get back to his feet quickly though as Worcester come down the other end. Tyson, brilliant layback for Kerwin. Kerwin, inside, outside, Kerwin! In the end it's straight at the Kent shot stopper. Biney, things really livening up and it will be a corner.
Another good start from Malpaz. Perhaps disappointed not to hold it, but Worcester will deal with this.
Biney trying to spin past Desborough. And Desborough thought he was fouled by Biney.
Most people thought he was fouled by Biney. Referee gave him the benefit of the doubt, didn't he, with the challenge? Another Kent kick in. What can they work from this? It's those kind of situations where I think we need a little bit more from them, don't we?
Nice from Desborough to lay back to Heinold. That's loose though from Tyson. Coming across was Alex Heinold to clean up. Kotchev. Well taken down that by Kerwin. And a good ball across to Desborough. It's just behind the Worcester skipper though. It goes out off Desborough. Kent looking to go direct and nearly fell kindly for Tyson. Good throw out to Desborough. Always determined to strive towards goal, Desborough, as he plays it across and it breaks for Kerwin. Exchanges passes with Ty Sermon. Kerwin scores again. And it's 9 for Worcester.
It's a really nice goal, isn't it, that?
Fantastic link up. Desborough, I thought he killed the move when he cut back outside. And then this, once it came across, lovely little wall pass. A clever finish from Kerwin as well. Worcester have been exceptional, haven't they, today?
Real quality in that goal for Worcester. Kerwin exchanging passes. And there's another chance here for Kerwin. And it's broken back and there's another goal. And it's Josh McGrory for Worcester. He scores for this Worcester team and takes them into double figures.
Yeah, really good finish on the follow-up, alert. But again, Worcester, Kent, architects of their own downfall, giving the ball away easily.
McGraw is in again. That time just set back for Morrissey. Landslide victory here today for Worcester. It's got very difficult in the second half for Kent. Oriola. Worcester kicking and having handed in their timeout card a good couple of minutes ago. They do now have a chance to take this breather at 10-0 up.
I think they called it probably 2-3 goals ago. And yeah, chance for them to set something up maybe, make a couple of changes, see what they can work on certain things just for the last part of this game. For them, it'll be about standards now, won't it? It's not letting them slip. It's making all the right decisions. It's doing things properly. It's about being professional about the performance. Whereas, as we said earlier in the half, for Kent, this one's just about regrouping. It's about treating it like a training session. It's trying to tighten up and almost at this stage, it's a bit of a cliche saying, isn't it? But treat the rest of this game 0-0. Can they go and get something from this small stage of the game that we have left?
Those little positives that Kent will go in search of, whether they can try and get themselves on the score sheet with just a consolation goal that they go in search after. For Worcester, they perhaps experiment with things, test the water with a few different tactical tweaks.
That's right, yeah, and I would expect them, as we've seen, they're looking to use their squad, McCrory, Morrissey, players who've not had a lot of minutes so far this season. Jack Morgan as well, almost that standing pivot.
Forward to Kerwin. McGrory. Kerwin's after more goals.
Yeah, nothing like being selfish when you're a captain, as the goal scorers usually are. As we've seen already today, goal scorers so important. This Worcester team has a couple. Tyson, Kerwin, so reliable, so dependable.
Kerwin! Saved by Paul, and it's slipped past Melpaz, but wide of the goal.
It's probably the first time today that in that situation, Kent have actually looked for that shot. Too many times they've just been happy to almost just keep possession, retain the possession.
Oriola for Reed. Biney. Again, strong play from Sam Kerwin, the Worcester captain. Just wrong-footed on that one though. Melpaz's pass was too far ahead of him.
Yeah, just a little bit away from him, wasn't it? You could see the idea, and it was almost a really clever move. Would have opened up with 3v2 if it had come off.
Reed. into Biney, nice flick. Back across towards Oriola. Oriola in possession. Oriola does turn, that's nice, it's played across. Just behind Trevor Biney.
Probably brightest moments of the half from Kent. Early stages of the game, we know at 1-0 they had some impact on the game. They had some good moments. Haven't had any for a while. That was certainly one.
Morgan. Worcester happy now to just keep possession and toy with this Kent team.
That's right. Looking for that opening. Again, as we spoke about first half, Dylan Malpass on this side of the court. He is a real shooting option for Worcester. Something Kent need to be aware of.
Cohen. McGrory. So we approach the final 2 minutes. Hainault. Kent still just sitting deep. Worcester after more goals though. It's played forward to Lanham. Biney really scuffed. Hainault just too high for Tyson. It's been a really, really positive display though for Worcester, having lost their last 2 games, struggled in the recent game weeks, but here today it's been quite the opposite, albeit against a grounded Kent side, but they had a job to do and they've certainly come and executed the game plan.
Yeah, they've made home comforts work for them, haven't they? Excellent venue, excellent weekend, and then capped it off with a real top performance this evening. Just to crown a really good weekend for the club.
Aaron Reid initially with a nice piece of skill as he attacked, but then lost the ball and on the way back committing a cynical foul. He used to be shown a yellow card as well. No complaints from the Kent number 2.
No, he frustrated one again for him. He will be. He's been a big part of a lot of their improvements in recent times, hasn't he? But be disappointed with the display today. Kent not at the races, nowhere near at the level of this Worcester team have been at.
Hainault for Malpaz, and somehow it wasn't turned in by Desborough. Paul trying to shoot and it was blocked by Lanham.
How well has Andrew Lanham done there, just to recover and stop that shot.
Into the final 30 seconds of this one then. Matt, your star performer, your player of the match in this one. 10-0 victory for Worcester, it looks as though it's going to be.
They can only be one man, can't they? Sam Kerwin, so sharp in front of goal. Really impressive display.
Chance here to add an 11th, and they do through Lanham.
What a fantastic goal that is as well. A real textbook goal into the pivot, make the run to support, and then find the top corner with a finish. But yeah, my player of the match will be Sam Kerwin. Clinical in front of goal.
Yeah, Sam Kerwin with 4 today. That takes him on to 11 for the season as he battles it out for the top scorer across the competition. Certainly something that I'm sure he will have one eye on as the buzzer signals the end of this contest, and Worcester with a hugely convincing 11-0 victory. It started very well for them, a goal in the opening minute, and it only got better. For Kent, the troubles continue to be piled on. The final score here in our final game, it finishes Worcester 11, Kent United 0. And so that then concludes our coverage from Hartbury College over the 2 days. The women's side of things yesterday and the men's FA National Futsal Series Tier 1 action completed today. It's been a really great event, Worcester's host event here in Gloucestershire. Just to run you through the final scores from our 4 games in the men's side of things today. Manchester 3, Loughborough 3. Manchester led by 3-0, but Loughborough came back and fought hard for a point. Helvecia with a 6-2 victory over Bloomsbury. Really positive stuff for them. Birmingham, they led 2-0 against Bolton, but were pegged back, and in the end it ended 2 each. And then a hugely convincing rout for Worcester, an 11-0 win over Kent. So it leaves the league table with things really hottening up. London Helvetia still top of the tree, but the battle is on for those top 4 places. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage, mine and Matt's company this weekend. I'll be at the Oldham Sports Centre next week when the action moves to Bloomsbury's host event. Thank you for joining us over the last 2 days. Until next time, from me and Matt, it's goodbye.